Chapter 2182. He sat cross-legged, and a heavenly eye appeared in the sky above the city. His eyes were pale, and he could see through everything in the city, including the dungeon. Under his gaze, guest Elder Lu was in a cell. She stood in the shadows in the corner, her whole person gloomy, like a malicious ghost. Then, the giant heavenly eye suddenly shot out a beam of wine-red light. It flashed and instantly brought guest Lu out of the cell. Then, she appeared in Su Yu's room. Guest Lu was stunned. Before she could figure out what was going on, she heard an unforgettable voice. "We meet again, guest Lu." Looking for the source of the voice, guest Lu's eyes were about to crack. "Wu-chin, it's you." She was about to fly into a rage when she suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait, why did you let me out?" After being schemed against once, she immediately became vigilant and said in a solemn voice, "You want to accuse me of breaking out of prison so that I can be executed, right?" Seeing Su Yu's indifferent expression, guest Lu was sure of her guess. She was furious. "Shameless brat." Su Yu laughed lightly. "Shameless? This word, coming from your mouth, really has a special flavor." Guest Lu grunted coldly. She knew that she had to return to the dungeon as soon as possible. She could not stay outside for long. Otherwise, the crime of prison breaking would be confirmed. She turned to leave the room, but how could Su Yu let her go? Space barrier. He used the space law to seal off the entire room. "You think you can stop me?" Honored guest Lu slapped out with a single palm, and his tyrannical Dowlord body directly shattered a layer of spatial barrier. But after one was shattered, tens of thousands of space barriers appeared one after another. Guest Lu's expression changed slightly. She turned to stare at Su Yu, her face contorted. "You are looking for death." Su Yu laughed. "You say it as if you have good intentions toward me." Guest Lu was anxious. She had no time to explain to Su Yu, attacking the barriers continuously. Again and again, she finally managed to shatter the tens of thousands of barriers. "Su, you casually used the space law to create tens of thousands of space barriers. Ah, I will not forgive you." Guest Lu was mad with anger. Guest Lu, who was already extremely furious, was provoked by Su Yu again and again. Finally, he could not take it anymore and turned around to attack Su Yu. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to annihilate a half-step Dao Lord who didn't possess any Dao transformation at all? Huh. Su Yu chuckled and set up tens of thousands of space barriers in front of him. No matter how honored guest Lu rushed over, he could not immediately break through it. At the same time, every shattering of a spatial barrier would cause a huge commotion. The city wasn't huge to begin with, so how could such a commotion not attract attention? In the darkness, several piercing gazes suddenly shot over. Su Yu's heart moved. He immediately withdrew all the space barriers and took the initiative to receive the remnant waves of guest Lu's attack. Puff! He was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Guest Lu was already filled with murderous intent. He charged forward and pressed his palm toward Su Yu's head, wanting to kill him on the spot. Su Yu's face was filled with fear. He took out the flowing gold shovel and said, "You can't kill me. I'm with the young mistress. Who cares who you are? Die for me." Foreign Chamberlain Lu's features were ferocious. He roared in a low voice and charged over. At that moment, a heavy, cold snort was suddenly heard. Foreign Chamberlain Lu felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. She was thrown hundreds of feet away on the spot. Her whole body was covered in cracks, a sign that her Taoist body was injured. She was about to get up when three imposing figures descended all of a sudden. They struck at the same time and pinned Foreign Chamberlain Lu to the ground. The three figures were surrounded by domains and looked extremely mysterious. They were naturally the three clan elders who were guarding this place. "Stubborn fool!" One of the three clan elders, a female pathmaster, coldly snorted. "I gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf, but you actually broke out of prison to take revenge and kill someone. Foreign Chamberlain Lu was pinned down by the three Pathmasters. She had a sudden realization and completely calmed down. She hurriedly said, "Please listen to my explanation. I was framed." Framed? Haha. The Feng Hua sect master was furious. He framed you and made you break out of prison. He framed you and made you come here to take revenge and kill someone. That was the truth. But who would believe it? A foreign chamberlain with a Taoist body was rescued by an ordinary half-step pathmaster from a tightly guarded dungeon? Not only did he rescue her, but he also made her kill him? The other two pathmasters were filled with disappointment. You unrepentant thing. Originally, the three of us still had a sliver of trust in you. We wanted to wait for the results of the investigation before asking the family master to appoint you as a foreign chamberlain again. Now it seems like that's not necessary. The other clan elder looked at Suyu and asked, "Why did she break out of prison to kill you?" Suyu covered his wound and said in a low voice, "Before Tian Yunzhong reported me, he had a secret conversation with me. He told me that if he encountered misfortune one day, I should ask him to take care of his family. I think foreign chamberlain Lu must have misunderstood. Tian Yunzhong told me where the evidence was hidden, so he wanted to silence me by killing me." Hearing that, the expressions of the three pathmasters did not change, but they had already made up their minds. Apart from that, what other reason could make foreign chamberlain Lu break out of prison and kill someone? Now, even she herself would not believe that she had not colluded with the second most powerful family. I'm innocent. Everything was a trap set up by him. You have to believe me, really. Foreign Chamberlain Lu pleaded tearfully. Slap. The Feng Hua sect master slapped her across the face and scolded angrily. Shut up! What a disgrace! Not only had she tried to silence him once, she had done it a second time. Now that she was caught in the act, she still wanted to quibble. Was she insulting the intelligence of the three clan elders? This person is definitely a spy from the second most powerful family. How should we deal with him? The Feng Hua sect master asked coldly. The other two clan elders exchanged glances and saw the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. There had always been only one way to deal with the remnants of the second most powerful family: death. No, I didn't. I'm really innocent. Foreign Chamberlain Lu fell into a great panic, kowtowing repeatedly. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. However, the three clan elders had already made up their minds. Foreign Chamberlain Lu was too savage. Not only did she publicly silence him, she even dared to break out of prison and silence him a second time. Considering her usual behavior, people like her must not be allowed to live. The Feng Hua sect master said coldly, "Everything comes with a price, and you are no exception." With that, she was about to end Foreign Chamberlain Lu's life with a finger. At the moment of life and death, Foreign Chamberlain Lu clenched her teeth and took out a golden token. Her whole body emitted bursts of golden light. On it were the two words, "Death Exemption." The words were bold and powerful, emitting a unique rhythm. "I have the Death Exemption token personally bestowed by the family head. You can't kill me," Foreign Chamberlain Lu said painfully. The three clan elders' expressions changed slightly. The Feng Hua sect master took the death exemption token and looked at it. She said in surprise, "It's a real death exemption token. But how did you get it?" The death exemption token was only given to people who had made great contributions to the number one peerless family. Every generation's family head would not give more than 3 death exemption tokens. What contribution did Foreign Chamberlain Lu make? She actually obtained a death exemption token? Foreign Chamberlain Lu said proudly several years ago, during the struggle with the second most powerful family, the family head was in danger. I was the one who blocked a fatal blow for him without regard for my own safety. Therefore, the family head secretly bestowed me a death exemption token. The great battle, several years ago, was indeed rather dangerous. She did not expect that the seemingly safe and sound family head would actually almost meet with danger. She stared at the 3 clan elders and said, "Now, can you still kill me?" The 3 clan elders looked hesitant. The death exemption token was bestowed by the family head. Who would dare to kill her? The Feng Hua sect master thought for a long time and said, "You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment." With a flick of her finger, a seal was inserted into foreign Chamberlain Lu's body, restricting her strength and turning her into a mortal. Lock her in the dungeon and wait for the family head's decision. Although she could not kill her, she could still imprison her. At the same time, she took away the token in foreign Chamberlain Lu's hand. The death exemption token can only be used once. Foreign Chamberlain Lu felt extremely pained. That was her life-saving item, and now she had lost it. Everything was thanks to Suyu. She stared at Suyu with hatred. Her eyes filled with extreme hatred. If there was even the slightest possibility, she would definitely make Suyu pay the price in blood. Seeing her being imprisoned, Suyu's heart was filled with regret. Everything was going according to plan, except for the immunity medallion. If he wanted to use the same trick again and let foreign Chamberlain Lu escape from prison to silence her, it would be too suspicious. He could not kill her for the time being, unless he wanted to expose himself and forcefully use force. At that moment, the Feng Hua Pathmaster looked at Suyu and said, "Has she ever done anything unfair to you? If she has, I can help you right now." The only unfair thing she had done was arranging for him to stay in the East mining area. However, the opening of the heavenly pure coffin was imminent, so he naturally could not leave. No. After nodding, Taoist Master Feng Hua and the other 2 elders left silently. The next day, the whole town was in an uproar. Foreign Chamberlain Lu was actually a surviving member of the 2nd Peerless family. Knowing that she was imprisoned in the dungeon, the majority of the people in the town clapped their hands in glee. Normally, foreign Chamberlain Lu was extremely arrogant and domineering. Now that she had ended up in such a state, it was naturally gratifying. In response, Suyu was indifferent. He entered the East mining area expressionlessly and quietly entered the tunnel. As expected, that group of people was trying to dig open the heavenly pure coffin again. This went on for half a month. On this day, Suyu and Xiao Dai hid in front of the heavenly pure coffin, closely watching the actions of the 3 people. They used a special magic tool and finally broke the last restriction. With a muffled thunder-like sound, the heavenly pure coffin was finally revealed. An evil aura that had been sealed for a long time assaulted Suyu's senses. Even though he was far away, Suyu felt his heart skip a beat. Fortunately, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Through his transparent eye, he could confirm that the skeleton could not be any more dead. What really emanated the evil aura was an animal skin book placed in front of the skeleton's chest. There were very rare words on the cover, and ordinary people would not be able to recognize which clan's language it was written in. There seemed to be some extremely evil existence hidden in the book, which made people shudder. The target of the 3 people was the animal skin book. Evil Emperor Supreme Scripture. It's really here. Among the 3 people, the woman whom Suyu felt was familiar had a look of deep joy in her eyes. Chapter 2183. The young master has been searching for many years, excavating more than 100 ancient tombs of the great ancient emperors. Finally, he found it in the ancient tomb of the Broken Sky Mountain, the young man said. The old man sighed. From the very beginning, the young master had deduced that the geomancy and geography of the Broken Sky Mountain were most likely the ancient tomb of a super strong martial artist. After excavating it, it was indeed the case. The woman agreed. The young master is wise and far-sighted. We are impressed. The young man said, What I admire the most is the young master's remarkable abilities. Even though the broken sky mountain was occupied, you could still arrange for us to continue excavating here without being disturbed." Hearing this, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had long felt that it was strange that he had come here because of Guest Lu. Those 3 people couldn't have offended Guest Lu, could they? Now it seemed that there was a person of high status in the Broken Sky Mountain who had been bribed by the second Peerless family. Who could that person be? As they pondered, they had already begun to retrieve the evil Emperor Supreme Scripture. Should we make a move? Xiao Dai licked her lips. The treasure, she thought, was obviously the beast skin scroll. Su Yu shook his head. Don't act rashly. That beast skin scroll might not be easy to retrieve. It is indeed not easy to retrieve. If this item is not handled properly, it will be dangerous, Xiao Dai said. Things that could make her feel dangerous were rare. The 2 of them watched closely. The 3 people were also very careful. They used a special container to carefully store the evil Emperor Supreme Scripture. Then they immediately strengthened the seal, sealing the beast skin scroll to prevent any accidents. The whole process was very smooth, without any accidents. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces relaxed. "What should we do with the corpse?" the woman asked as she looked at the corpse in the sky pure or coffin. The old man was experienced and prudent. He said with a hint of fear, "After all, it is the corpse of a strong martial artist. He might have left behind some sort of contingency to prevent outsiders from damaging the body. It is enough for us to obtain the evil Emperor Supreme Scripture. Don't think about the corpse to avoid unnecessary trouble." The young man stared greedily at the sky, pure dust between the brows of the corpse. "It is a pity we can't touch it. We cannot let go of this sky pure dust." The old man was a bit hesitant, but seeing that everyone had worked hard for a long time, he didn't want to stop them. He said, "Be careful. If something goes wrong, stop immediately." "I know," the young man said. He took out a Tao artifact at the immortal embryo level and gently hooked the heaven pure dust. The bright and resplendent sky pure dust fell to the ground like a glass bead, emitting a crisp sound. Just as the young man was about to pull it over, the sky pure dust suddenly dimmed. The holy light that it emitted was quickly extinguished, and in the end, all that was left was a dull, ordinary crystal. The surface of his body was covered with countless cracks. Apparently it was because the holy light in his body had dissipated. The young man was startled. Then he sighed with great disappointment. After so many years, this sky-cleansing dust has already lost its effect. What a pity! Su Yu's eyes were filled with disappointment. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a grain of pure sky dust. He had not expected such an outcome. "Let's go and report to the young master." The old man looked at the remains and said, but as soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight cracking sound. There were only the 3 of them in the ancient tomb. It was extremely quiet. How could such a sound escape their ears? The 3 of them looked at the remains that should have been completely dead. What made their hair stand on end was that the corpse actually stood up from the coffin. Waves of evil energy, which had the same origin as the animal skin book, emanated from its body. "It came back to life," the young man said in horror. The old man stared at the remains and said regretfully, "I should have stopped you. The function of the sky-cleansing dust should be to suppress the evil energy in the remains. Now that the sky-cleansing dust has been shattered, there is nothing to suppress it, and the evil energy in its body has awakened. The evil energy has been accumulating for an unknown number of years. It has already developed its own consciousness and is controlling the remains." As he spoke, he stepped back and said, "Let's leave this place immediately." The other 2 did not dare to stay any longer. They left the ancient tomb without hesitation. However, just as they were about to leave, the remains uttered a cryptic incantation. The sealed demonic Emperor Supreme Sutra suddenly spun and used its sharp horn to cut open the seal. At the same time, an extremely fierce evil energy was released from within the book. The old man holding the animal skin book was caught off guard and was struck by the evil energy on the spot. His 2 eyes immediately sank into a gloomy darkness. Elder Yuan, the young man cried out in shock. He immediately stepped forward and pulled the old man away from the evil Emperor's supreme scripture. However, suddenly the young man felt a chill in his chest. The old man's claw had pierced through the young man's body. Soon, the young man's eyes darkened as well. The 2 of them turned around in a daze and looked at the remaining woman. The woman was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. She looked at the evil Emperor Supreme scripture reluctantly, then turned around and left the ancient tomb. Before leaving, she pulled the ancient tomb's mechanism and sealed it once again. Su Yu was also shocked to witness such an unexpected scene. It turned out that the evil Emperor Supreme Scripture was an evil book that could control people's hearts. Just as he was pondering whether he should go down, the old man and the young man, who had not caught up to the woman, turned their heads and stared in Su Yu's direction. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had been discovered. To be precise, the scripture had discovered his and Xiao Dai's existence. Roar! The 2 of them let out inhuman, beastly roars and rushed over together. Since I've been discovered, I have no choice but to act. Su Yu pulled out a long sword that was burning with golden flames. It was the boundless karmic flame. If one were to talk about the restraining effect of evil, it would be this thing. Kicking away the sky crystal mine in front of him, Su Yu jumped into the ancient tomb with his sword and swept out the ultimate ruin. The boundless karmic flame swept out in a circular arc, sweeping away the evil energy in the vicinity. The old man and the young man retreated subconsciously, as if they were extremely afraid of the boundless karmic flame. Space freeze! Su Yu shouted softly, freezing the 2 of them. He then swept forward and pierced the 2 of them with his sword at the same time. The powerful, boundless karmic flame surged into their bodies, burning away the evil energy in them. The 2 of them collapsed to the ground, weakly, seriously injured. To prevent them from being controlled by the evil energy again, he threw them into the space of the Buddha pearl. Swoosh! At that moment, the evil Emperor Supreme scripture spun and shot out a large amount of evil energy, condensing into countless pitch-black steel needles that shot toward Su Yu. Zhang's small world. Having seen with his own eyes how the old man was demonized, he did not dare to be careless. Swish! 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 Countless steel needles sank into the Zhang's small world, like mud falling into the sea, unable to harm Su Yu at all. The evil Emperor Supreme Scripture saw that its attack was ineffective, so it spun around and fell into the hands of the corpse. The corpse held the animal skin book in his hand and opened it. All of a sudden, a shocking evil energy rolled out with a rumble, forming an extremely hideous giant door in front of him. As he recited the incantation, strong figures formed by evil energy walked out of the door one after another. There were 7 of them in total, and each of them had an earth-shattering, terrifying aura. The strength of their auras was no less than that of a path master. Su Yu's eyelids twitched wildly, and his heart became extremely solemn. He could easily deal with a path master, but there were 7. Just the thought of it made Su Yu's scalp go numb. Leave them to me. You snatched the scripture. At that moment, Xiao Dai took a step forward and took a deep breath. The figure of a butterfly emerged behind her. With a sudden flap of its wings, a peerlessly powerful storm was formed. The storm formed a vortex, like a bottomless pit that sucked in everything. The 7 demonized figures were immediately sucked in by the sucking force, temporarily immobilizing them. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped toward the corpse. World Annihilation Force. 8 strands of natural laws lingered in his palm, like a sudden annihilation, giving birth to a world annihilation force. Puff! How could a corpse that had been dead for an unknown amount of time be able to resist such a powerful world, destroying power? In an instant, there was nothing left of the corpse. Only the evil Emperor's supreme scripture was left floating in the air, completely unscathed. Then it began to flip to the second page. As it flipped open, an evil energy that was 10,000 times more powerful and evil than the previous one suddenly rushed out. Su Yu's heart trembled. How much evil energy was hidden in this book? At that moment, he shouted, "Time and space freeze!" Under the double freezing of time and space, the animal skin book was only slightly hindered. Su Yu's pupils shrank. He knew that a critical moment had arrived, and he could not delay it any longer. Zhaoxi! He held the boundless karmic flame, sword with both hands, and a powerful and mysterious force appeared in his palms. With a simple and unadorned sword move, it stabbed into the evil Emperor's supreme scripture. With a slight explosion, the evil energy that was about to rush out was destroyed by the sword. At the same time, the entire animal skin book was pierced through by the sword. The animal skin book was like a living creature, struggling and squirming, trying to get rid of the sword. Unfortunately, it could not succeed. As the book was subdued, the 7 demonized figures that had been released from the first door naturally returned to the book. Xiao Dai let go of the book and pounced over, biting the evil Emperor's supreme scripture. Su Yu's eyelids twitched as he watched. "Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death?" Xiao Dai did not seem to hear him. Her face was filled with excitement, and no matter how much the animal skin book struggled, she would not let go. Within the book, waves of shocking evil energy were being sucked away by Xiao Dai at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the evil energy was sucked away, the animal skin book became slower and slower. In the end, when all the evil energy was sucked away, it was motionless like a dead object. Burp. Xiao Dai opened her mouth and let out a burp. Touching her round belly, she looked at Su Yu with some embarrassment and said, "Don't laugh at me. Just this once, don't do it again. When I evolve again, I won't eat so much anymore." Su Yu suddenly understood. The reason why Xiao Dai ate so much every time was for the sake of evolution. Right now, if she were to evolve again, she would probably evolve into a mature form. By then, she might not be able to eat as much as she did now. "I'm not laughing." Su Yu pointed to his face. "You're not allowed to laugh in your heart." Xiao Dai showed a long-lost coquettish expression. Go ahead. I'm looking forward to your final form after evolution." Su Yu smiled and stroked her head. Xiao Dai did not resist. A hint of sadness flashed across her face as she said, "The time it takes for me to evolve this time may be longer than before. You must live well." Cultivation was ruthless. No one knew when their path of cultivation would be fixed. "I've weathered many storms and waves. How could I die? Don't worry, I will welcome you out of the cocoon with a smile." Xiao Dai raised her head, her crystal-clear eyes filled with emotion. Chapter 2184. For my safety. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Once upon a time, he needed to feed the caterpillar, but now he needed to take care of his safety? Of course. "You will like my gift," Xiao Dai said confidently. "Come here." Su Yu smiled and walked over. "Come closer." Su Yu took another step forward, his face almost touching her nose. "A little more." Again, smack. Suddenly, Xiao Dai kissed Su Yu on the cheek. Su Yu subconsciously pulled away, covering his face, and said in surprise, "You!" He had never had any thoughts about Xiao Dai. As he had said before, he had watched Xiao Dai grow up little by little, and he really could not develop feelings between a man and a woman. From beginning to end, he had treated her like a little girl. "What are you thinking? Narcissist." Xiao Dai glared at Su Yu. "Look in the mirror and look at your face." Su Yu condensed an ice mirror in front of him and looked at his face. There was a 9-colored butterfly mark on his cheek. The wings of the mark were slowly flapping, vivid and lifelike. Her kiss had turned into a butterfly mark. Su Yu was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You want a man like me to have a butterfly mark on my face? It will disappear later, Xiao Dai said seriously. Xiao Dai said with a serious expression, this mark contains my innate ability. From now on, you can share my ability. Su Yu pointed to his mouth. You mean I will become greedy? Hearing this, Xiao Dai clenched her fists. I have an urge to beat you up. Why do you think this is? How was her talent greedy? It was clearly capable of devouring everything. There was almost nothing in the world that could not be bitten open. Ha! Su Yu laughed and stopped teasing her. Thank you. Xiao Dai pouted and said, I'm going to ignore you, big bad guy. Then she went back into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu touched the mark on his face. It disappeared quickly and appeared in the depths of his soul. As long as his soul activated it, he could share the nature-defying devouring ability. Su Yu's heart warmed slightly. That little guy, although she resisted him verbally, in fact, she had always regarded him as the closest person. Just as he was lost in thought, the demonic Emperor Supreme Sutra, which had been pierced by the unbounded karmic flame sword, fell to the ground. The evil aura in his body was gone, and he was no longer in any danger. Su Yu bent down to pick it up. When he opened it, he discovered that it was written in a long-lost ancient language. Unfortunately, he knew those words. Isn't it some kind of cultivation technique? Su Yu had initially thought that the evil Emperor Supreme scripture was some kind of powerful cultivation technique. After reading through the content, Zhang Xian realized that it was merely the autobiography of a man who called himself the demonic monarch. This evil emperor was an ancient almighty from the beginning of an era. Relying on a throne, his evil techniques were extremely powerful, and no one could compare to him. However, his actions were too evil. Throughout his life, he had challenged the strongest experts of one civilization after another. If the other party was defeated, he would slaughter the entire civilization that the other party was in and absorb their flesh and blood to cultivate his evil technique. In his lifetime, countless civilizations were annihilated because of him. For a long time, the evil Darch was the nightmare of many civilizations in the absolute beginning realm. Many advanced civilizations chased after the evil Darch, but they never succeeded. Instead, they suffered countless casualties. The evil Darch slaughtered everywhere, his evil techniques becoming stronger and stronger, endangering the entire absolute beginning realm. The Heavenly Law Palace had made a move, and it was the Heavenly Law Palace Master who had the highest cultivation. After 1,000 years of pursuit, traversing the entire absolute beginning realm, she finally killed the insufferably arrogant evil Darch with her sword. However, although the evil Darch was dead, his throne remained. Furthermore, before he died, he hid his throne somewhere and used the blood of the demonic emperor to leave behind a demonic emperor supreme scripture, which recorded his life and the location of his throne. Reading this, Su Yu's heart thumped. According to the Supreme Sutra, the throne was stolen from the heavenly court by the evil Darch. It was a throne reserved for emperors. It was imbued with the power of an ancient god. Sitting on the throne, one could share the perspective of the ancient god and understand all the puzzles of the world. That was why the evil Thearka's evil techniques were cultivated so quickly and so nature-defying. It was all because of that throne, and the true name of that throne was the Throne of Heaven and Earth. That was one of the 4 pieces of the Emperor set. Su, you had seen the Emperor-killing sword before. Now, the second of the 4 pieces, the Throne of Heaven and Earth, had appeared. Now, Su Yu was on the verge of breaking through to the Pathmaster level. Transforming the body and soul into the Tao was easy, but transforming the rules into the Tao. Since ancient times, no one had been able to transform the 8 great rules into the domain at the same time. The Throne of Heaven and Earth might be the only way for Su Yu to transform the rules into the Tao. The 4 pieces of the Emperor's set we meet again. Su Yu sighed in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but wonder if Zhan Wushuang would appear again now that the 4 pieces of the Emperor's set had appeared. Zhan Wushuang had an invisible connection with the 4 pieces of the Emperor's set, allowing him to sense where the 4 pieces of the Emperor's set were at any time. The 4 pieces of the Emperor's set are destined to belong to him. Su Yu smiled lightly. That's if I don't say anything. With Su Yu around, the 4 pieces of the Emperor's set might not just belong to Zhan Wushuang. I must have this item. He already knew the whereabouts of the throne of heaven and earth. It was at a place called the Broken Love Platform. Once he confirmed where it was, he would immediately head there to find the throne of heaven and earth. Putting away the Sutra of Supreme, Su Yu looked at the dim sky-pure dust and returned in disappointment. Not long after he returned to the inn, the communication pendant in his hand suddenly rang. Su Yu looked at it and his eyes shone. After resting for a while, he went to a deserted manor outside the city. As soon as he appeared, he heard a clear and melodious voice. Mr. Wuchen, you really keep your word. Looking at the person who spoke, he saw that it was the beautiful woman dressed in palace attire who sold information. Her eyes were smiling as she made an inviting gesture. Please come in. Su Yu glanced inside and found that he was not the only one who had come. There were many young talents from the number 1 peerless family. Among them, there was a man with long golden hair who was dressed in a feather robe. He was the strongest of the younger generation among the many branches of the number 1 peerless family, Autumn Guest of Wudong. Apart from Bai Yun and Hongxian from the main branch, no one else was a match for him. It was said that he had already completed the soul transformation and was very powerful in the Tao of Souls. As for the rest, they were all famous young talents from the number 1 peerless family. They are all people with potential from the number 1 peerless family, Su Yu thought to himself. All of a sudden, Su Yu discovered a familiar figure among the crowd. However, she was not from the number 1 peerless family, but a remnant of the number 2 peerless family. Not long ago, he had seen her in the ancient tomb of the evil emperor. Looking at her, and then at the beautiful woman in palace attire, Su Yu was secretly shocked. He had long felt that this woman looked familiar. He had thought that he had seen her before, but now he realized that the reason she looked familiar was because this woman looked similar to the beautiful woman in palace attire. You look unfamiliar, Su Yu said as he looked at the woman. The beautiful woman in palace attire smiled. That's my sister. Right, she is in the East mining area with you. Why, haven't you seen her before? Su Yu thought to himself. The beautiful woman in palace attire was also a remnant of the number 2 peerless family. Would a remnant of the number 1 peerless family be kind enough to help the elites of the number 1 peerless family? Chapter 2185. We've never met before. Su Yu looked at his sister as if he were a stranger. The beautiful lady saw her expression and smiled like the wind. She called her over and said, Xiao Duo, let me introduce you. This is the famous young Master Wu Qin, and this is my sister, Shu Xianduo. Shu Xianduo had delicate features, and she bowed lightly. Mr. Wu Qin's name resounds like thunder. Everyone in the city knew about Mr. Wu Qin's reputation, as he was able to excavate 1,000 pounds of heavenly pure ore in the abandoned East mining area. Everyone in the city knew that Su Yu had the talent to search for treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he had obtained so much heavenly pure Oregon. You flatter me. Su Yu smiled warmly, and nothing could be seen from his expression. However, he was extremely vigilant. His agreement with the beautiful woman was 1,000 pounds of heavenly pure Oregon. But his sister, Shu Xianduo, had been able to pass through the mine tomb, which was filled with heavenly pure Oregon. How could she have collected so little? Would the beautiful woman lack heavenly pure, or? She must have some ulterior motive for inviting him. Mr. Wu Qin, please take care of me later. Well said, Su Yu said, but his mind was racing. He was sure that the beautiful woman was up to no good, and it was hard to say whether the world's supreme power existed. Now, perhaps he should retreat. The only question was, could he leave now? Xu Xianduo's abilities were still manageable, but the beautiful woman had yet to see through them. She had dared to deceive so many half-path masters from the number 1 peerless family to come here. So she must be very confident that she could suppress them at the crucial moment. Su Yu had already used the time of day and night in the ancient tomb. The path master's power in his body was not enough to use a sword technique that could kill path masters. At most, he could only kill some half-path masters. Therefore, even though he knew that the beautiful woman had ulterior motives, he could not act rashly. Everyone is here. We can set off now, the beautiful woman said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Shopkeeper Xu, please lead the way. Autumn guest of Wudong smiled. The beautiful woman smiled. We all have a deal, so you don't need to thank me. As she spoke, she looked at Su Yu and said, I hope that Mr. Wuchen will help us. Su Yu slightly furrowed his brows. It was fine to say this in private, but it was inappropriate to say it in public, especially in front of the most outstanding prodigies of the number 1 peerless family. As expected, Autumn guest of the Wudong tree looked over with his long and narrow eyes. He sized Su Yu up and said, Oh, Shopkeeper Xu means that we still have to rely on young Master Wuchen to obtain the supreme power of the world? As the number 1 person of the branch family, he indeed had the capital to be unconvinced. The others also felt uncomfortable at these words and looked at him with astonishment and disdain. Every single one of them here was a famous heaven's favorite. How could they allow an unknown heaven's favorite to walk all over their heads? Su Yu calmly said, Shopkeeper Xu, you think too highly of me. I am just an ordinary martial artist, and I should rely on the people here. Although he could easily defeat anyone of the same generation as him, there was no need to offend them for no reason. At least you have some self-awareness, Autumn guest of Wudong said lightly. With him present, it was not young Master Dustless' turn to step forward. Seeing Su Yu like this, the rest of the people looked away. The beautiful woman in the palace gown smiled sweetly and said, Don't look down on young Master Wuchen. He is very powerful. As soon as she said this, the people who had already looked away became unhappy again. For some reason, she was deliberately trying to antagonize Su Yu and the others. Su Yu frowned deeply. What was this woman up to? Seeing that she was about to continue, Su Yu said coldly, Shopkeeper Xu, how long do you plan to drag this out? Hearing his displeasure, she smiled and changed the topic. Let's go. Under her lead, the group left the town and headed for the southeast corner of the Broken Heaven Mountain. A few days later, they stood in front of a desert. As far as the eye could see, there was yellow sand flying everywhere with no end in sight. A towering ancient stone tablet stood alone in the middle of the desert. The stone tablet was the dividing line between the number 1 and number 2 peerless families. The supreme power of the world is here. Autumn guest of Wudong voiced her doubts. The supreme power of the world would usually nourish the nearby living creatures, so spiritual objects were everywhere. The barren land in front of them did not look like a place where the supreme power of the world existed. The beautiful woman in the palace gown smiled sweetly. Don't look at everything on the surface. Do you know that this desert used to be the place with the most abundant spiritual energy among the 7 unique civilizations? Everyone was surprised and said they did not know. The 7 unique civilizations were too big and had a long history. There were many things that one would not know without deliberate research. This place used to be the former capital of the Tiani ancient kingdom. The beautiful woman in the palace gown showed yearning and regret. The Tiani ancient kingdom. Autumn guest of Wudong was in awe. The country that founded the 7 unique civilizations. Yes, the beautiful woman in the palace gown was desolate. Back then, the Tiani ancient kingdom unified the 7 unique civilizations. How glorious and magnificent was it! However, it was destroyed overnight, and the ancient kingdom was torn apart. It gradually declined to this day. The Tiani Ancient Kingdom was the only ancient kingdom in the history of the 7 unique civilizations. Under its rule, there were many strong and talented people. The monarch of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom, the Tiani Great Emperor, was even more talented. He led the people of the ancient kingdom and conquered another 7-star civilization. At that time, the 7 unique civilizations were truly glorious. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The Tiani Great Emperor died mysteriously overnight, and the many strong people led by him immediately lost their backbone. Then, under the instigation of external forces, the Tiani Ancient Kingdom fell into a long and endless civil war. In the end, the glorious Tiani Ancient Kingdom was divided into 4, and in the long war it continued to divide. In the end, it became the current 7 great clans, each ruling a region. The former Tiani Ancient Kingdom was thus renamed to the 7 unique civilizations. The people of the 7 unique civilizations all yearned for the Tiani Ancient Kingdom. That was when they were at their peak. How could they not be surprised to know that this desert was the former capital of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom? But according to historical records, isn't the ancient capital of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom in the 7th Peerless Clan? Autumn, guest of Wudong, asked after a brief moment of surprise. The 7th Peerless Clan had always regarded themselves as the descendants of the Tiani Great Emperor and announced to the outside world that they were the legitimate descendants of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom. The place where they lived was the former capital of the Ancient Kingdom. The beautiful woman in the palace gown nodded lightly and said, "Indeed, the true ancient capital of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom is indeed in the 7th Peerless Clan." "Then why do you say that this place is the kingdom of the Tiani Ancient Kingdom?" Chapter 2186. Hearing this, the crowd was intrigued. Did such a thing really happen? Yes. When the Tiani Ancient Kingdom was first established, they found that there was an uncontrollable force under the capital, so they chose to move the capital. This was too long ago, and it happened at the beginning of the founding of the kingdom, so it was not recorded in the history books. I found it in an ancient book and came here to investigate. As a result, I found a powerful force of heaven and earth underground. Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, was moved. Could it be that the uncontrollable force has not erupted after such a long time? If that was the case, the 1st and 2nd Peerless families were in danger. Even the Tiani Great Emperor had chosen to move the capital, which showed how terrifying that force was. There is no need to worry. Otherwise, where did this desert come from? Why are the ruins of the ancient capital nowhere to be seen? The beautiful woman said. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Could it be that all the deserts were caused by the eruption of that force? The 2nd and 3rd Peerless families were all located deep within the desert. Is there any other reason? The beautiful woman asked. Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, said, "Then the force of heaven and earth you found is the remnant force of the past, hidden deep underground, ready to erupt," the beautiful woman said. "However, even if it is the remnant force, it is still extraordinarily powerful. It is at the core of the force, and even a pathmaster will die if he falls into it." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. However, as long as we are on the periphery of that force, there should be no problem. The beautiful woman looked at the sky and said, "Let's go down. The force will erupt soon." She pointed at the void in front of the boundary monument. There was a ripple, revealing a formation that had been set up for a long time. Under the formation, a ruin was hidden. The beautiful woman walked forward and stamped her foot in a corner of the ruin. An ancient well appeared on the ground. She jumped down first, followed by Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, and the others. Finally, Suyu was left behind, hesitating. "Mr. Wuchen, time waits for no man. What are you waiting for?" Shu Xianduo looked at Suyu meaningfully. Suyu nodded and jumped into the well. After falling for 2 hours, he stood firmly on a boulder. Looking around this unknown depth was an extremely large underground karst cave. The walls of the cave were decorated with sky-pure ore, emitting a pure and holy radiance that illuminated the underground. With the help of the light, one could clearly see a slumbering 30,000-meter-long python lying deep underground. His body exuded a suffocating aura. That is the remnant power of the world. However, because it has been dormant for too long, it has already developed intelligence, the beautiful woman in the palace attire said. Everyone's expression changed. Wouldn't the power of heaven and earth, which had intelligence, be able to destroy them at any time? Sir, are you joking? Autumn Guest of the Wudong tree had a gloomy expression. This heaven and earth power has its own intelligence and can kill all of us at will. You want to borrow its power to form a body? You are delusional. He was so angry that he soared into the sky and waved his hand to leave. Whoever isn't afraid of death can go ahead. I'm not going to keep you company. Compared to the Tao incarnation, his life was naturally more important. As soon as Autumn Guest of Wudong left, the rest of the people wavered and prepared to leave. Aren't you forgetting something? The beautiful woman said indifferently. Autumn Guest of Wudong said, Are you talking about a deal? Sorry, you hid the details first. So don't blame me for breaking the contract later. The beautiful woman in the palace attire had an agreement with everyone. No, I'm not talking about the agreement, but you seem to have forgotten your identity. Autumn Guest of Wudong frowned. Identity? The number 1 peerless family. The number 1 branch. Autumn Guest of Wudong. Is there a problem? The beautiful woman's gaze became playful. There's no problem. The problem is that I am the remnant of the 2nd peerless family that you all speak of. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned pale with fright. Remnant. Autumn Guest of Wudong's eyebrows rose high, and then his long and narrow eyes narrowed deeply. You mean that you want us to help you and send you on your way? To dare announce his identity in front of so many geniuses from the number 1 peerless family, he was indeed seeking death. Is that so? The beautiful woman smiled deeply, and her body suddenly released a crushing aura. Autumn Guest of Wudong, who had soared into the sky, was directly pressed to the ground by this aura. The rest of the weaker ones were directly forced to kneel on the ground by this violent aura. Only a few people could still stand, including Suyu. Path Master? Everyone present turned pale with fright. Autumn Guest of Wudong's face was even paler, and he stared at her in fear. He had never thought that the beautiful woman in the palace attire would be a Path Master, and the Path Master of the 2nd peerless family. Now, do you still want to send me on my way? The beautiful woman in the palace attire had completely exposed herself, and she said with a faint smile. Autumn Guest of Wudong immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into her eyes. The beautiful woman in the palace attire smiled, looked around, and her gaze fell on the few people who had not knelt down. When she glanced at Suyu, her gaze was fixed on him, and she said with a smile, Looking at you, you don't seem surprised at all. Everything was within her expectations, so how could she be surprised? Suyu's expression was indifferent as he said, Senior, you have deceived us all the way here. I guess you don't care about what we have. If you have anything to say, you can say it now. Everyone else kept quiet out of fear, but Suyu spoke as if he was on equal footing with her. The beautiful woman in the palace attire looked Suyu up and down and said, Your tone really makes people uncomfortable. There was a hint of threat in her words, as if she was about to attack. But then her eyes turned into crescent moons, and she said with a smile, However, capable people are always given special treatment. Capable people? Autumn Guest of Wudong, who was lying on the ground, couldn't understand how Suyu was worthy of a strong Path Master's admiration. The beautiful woman in the palace attire continued, I didn't ask you people to come here for your pitiful things. I came here to ask you to help me retrieve something from this power of heaven and earth. Everyone was silent, as they had no other choice but to listen to the beautiful woman in the palace attire. That thing was left behind by a concubine of the great Emperor of Tiani, and it is called the broken love flute. Because of an accident, it fell here, and it was enveloped in this power of heaven and earth. If you help me retrieve this flute, I can consider letting you go. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all deep in thought. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he said, "You are a strong pathmaster, so why do you need us, a group of half-step pathmasters, to retrieve the flute?" His question was also on everyone's mind. The beautiful woman in the palace attire said calmly, "It's simple because this power of heaven and earth is more sensitive to people with stronger cultivation. If I enter it, I'm afraid it will wake up immediately. Only you people can enter its body and look for the flute." So that was why. Chapter 2187. The beautiful woman in palace attire looked at everyone and said leisurely, "Not only will I let anyone who obtains the broken love flute go, I'll even give him a defensive Tao artifact, Immortal Embryo." Hearing this, everyone's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope for survival, even though their emotions were fluctuating. Autumn Guest of Wudong slammed his palms on the ground. Before most people could react, he took a step forward and jumped into the giant python's body. The others jumped in one after another. The beautiful woman's words might not be trustworthy, but they didn't have the right to choose. Under the strict law of survival of the fittest, they could only go with the flow and fight for their slim chance of survival. "Why don't you go?" Shu Xianduo stared at Su Yu and asked indifferently. Su Yu did not reply, but tapped his own cheek with his finger. A faint butterfly mark quietly flashed. He was sharing Xiao Dai's talent. At this moment, he was looking at everything from Xiao Dai's perspective. Unlike humans, Xiao Dai saw everything in the world with different colors. According to their strength, they were divided into 7 major grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. For example, Shu Xianduo was yellow in Xiao Dai's eyes. His elder sister, the beautiful woman in palace attire, had a higher cultivation level. The giant python formed from the power of heaven, and earth was green in color. He observed the giant python and found that the color of the python's 7 inches was obviously darker. There was a very high-level alien creature there. Quietly retreating from Xiao Dai's field of vision, Su Yu entered the giant python's body unhurriedly. After he left, Shu Xianduo said thoughtfully, "Sister, why do you favor Mr. Wu Qin so much?" "It's just that I accidentally discovered a few more sky-pure ores." The beautiful woman said indifferently, "On the surface, he is indeed mediocre. His body, soul, and laws are all devoid of Tao transformation. However, if his body wasn't in a severely overdrawn state, I'm afraid that even I might not be a match for him." "Big sister must be joking. You are a Tao master, and he hasn't even completed one of his 3 transformations. So how could he be your opponent?" Shu Xianduo was unconvinced. The beautiful woman patted her on the head and said, "I've warned you time and again that there's always someone better out there. The world is vast, and there will always be existences beyond your imagination. Young Master Wu Qin is one of them." "Are you serious?" "Of course. Does he have to get the heartbroken flute?" The beautiful woman smiled faintly and said, "I think so." Shu Xianduo had a weird expression as she looked at her suspiciously. "Then he alone is enough. Why do you need to invite others? Furthermore, why did you deliberately stir up conflict between them? If he is really that powerful, wouldn't Autumn Guest of Wudong and the others be digging their own graves if they really make things difficult for Su Yu?" She had a puzzled look on her face. She felt that her sister's actions were unnecessary. The beautiful woman's expression was unfathomable as she said, "If they don't seek their own deaths, how can the second, peerless clan take them in?" Only now did Shu Xianduo realize. "Sister, are you interested in his potential and want to take him in as your subordinate?" The beautiful woman in the palace gown intended for Suyu to get rid of the many young experts of the first peerless family. She would inform the first peerless family of this matter. Would the number one peerless family let this matter rest after so many top young geniuses had fallen? Young Master Dustless would inevitably be expelled from the number one peerless clan, and he would be hunted down at the same time. And young Master Wuchen, who had no place to stay, was recruited by the second most powerful aristocratic family. What would he think? The answer was obvious. Of course, the premise is that he can retrieve the love-severing flute alive. The beautiful woman in the palace gown looked down at the giant python of the power of heaven and earth. Inside the body of the python, there seemed to be only 100,000 feet long, but it was actually a cavern world. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless mass of mixed light. It was messy and mixed. It was the drifting power of heaven and earth. Su Yu's eyes were filled with regret. Unfortunately, the power of heaven and earth was too scattered, and it was far from enough to temper his body. Let's find the love-severing flute first. Su Yu's eyes shone with a shrewd light, and he took a step towards the place where he had sensed the love-severing flute. However, when he arrived, several people had already arrived before him. Among them was Autumn, guest of Wudong. It seemed that Su Yu was not the only one who had a special ability to search. Here comes another one. Autumn, guest of Wudong, glanced at Su Yu coldly. Her eyes were filled with hostility. Su Yu turned a blind eye to her. He looked ahead at the beating heart suspended in midair. That should be the core of the giant python, visible to the naked eye. There was a vague shadow of a flute within the heart. However, it would not be easy to get the flute. There were faint marks left on the heart, which should have been left by the attacks of Autumn, guest of Wudong, and the others. They could not do anything to the heart. If the heart is not broken, it will be difficult to retrieve the flute. If we cannot complete our mission, all of us will die, an exhausted young man said, his face pale. A woman could not help but burst into tears. I don't want to die yet. Why are you crying? Autumn, guest of Wudong, snorted angrily. It is not the final moment yet. With a flip of his palm, he took out a chessboard that was rippling with watery light. It was glistening and almost transparent. This is the illusory water cosmos chess. Autumn, guest of Wudong, tossed the chessboard into the air, and it expanded infinitely, including the heart. The position of the heart was even more subtle. It was the commander of the other side. Autumn, guest of Wudong, himself stood on the commander's position. All of you stand in your positions. This way, you can gather your strength together and destroy the enemy's commander within the chessboard. Everyone understood. I will arrange a suitable position according to the level of your strength. Autumn, guest of Wudong, looked around at everyone and said, Poisonous Mandarin Duck, you will take the position. Ba Shanqiuzi, you will take the position. Everyone in front of him had their own arrangements. When it was finally Su Yu's turn, he said lightly, You will be a pawn. In other words, Su Yu's strength was the lowest among them. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Autumn, guest of Wudong, was deliberately trying to suppress Su Yu. As the path master, the beautiful woman in the palace gown had repeatedly spoken highly of him, which showed how extraordinary he was. Treating him like a pawn and ordering him around was clearly an attempt to humiliate and suppress him. Pawn, listen up. Take a step forward. Su Yu's position was already at the edge of the heart. If he took another step forward, he would collide with the defense circulating on the surface of the heart. At the moment of collision, he should be able to detect the source of this layer of defense and destroy it. Of course, Su Yu would be instantly sent flying. Unexpectedly, Su Yu did not pay attention to him at all. He was focused on examining the heart. Are you deaf? I told you to move forward. Autumn, guest of Wudong, ordered. Su Yu furrowed his brows and said indifferently, Ridiculous. Why should I listen to your orders? Autumn, guest of Wudong, asked, Apart from my illusory cloud cosmos chess, what other way is there to break the heart? If you don't want to get everyone killed, listen to my orders obediently." He looked at Suyu with righteousness. To be honest, Suyu had not paid any attention to him from the beginning. But this person was too full of himself. It was impossible for Suyu to ignore him even if he wanted to. Chapter 2188. He lifted the tip of his right foot gently and then dropped it. The word "die" under his foot dissipated into smoke. The illusory cloud universe chess swayed and trembled violently. It broke into pieces and disappeared into specks of fluorescent light. "How dare you destroy my illusory cloud universe chess?" Autumn, guest of the Wutong, narrowed his eyes, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Suyu looked at him calmly. "First, put away that disgusting trick of yours. Second, I never agreed to join forces with you. Please don't take me into your own hands. Third, the one who wants to kill you is clearly the Path Master. Instead of blaming him, you blame me?" These 3 sentences were concise and comprehensive. They not only pointed out the reason behind it, but also made clear Suyu's position. People with different beliefs cannot make plans together. Since you do not want to join forces with us, please leave. Autumn, guest of the Wudong, was like a lord giving orders. Suyu shook his head. He did not want to have anything to do with them anymore. Although there was no clear evidence, his intuition told him that the beautiful woman in the palace gown had a profound purpose in sowing discord in the manor. If he were to clash with them now, he might fall into their trap. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to break the heart in a short time. He might as well take this opportunity to see if he could collect some of the power of heaven and earth for his own use. He took a step out of the ground, away from where the heart was. Watching him leave, Autumn, guest of the Wutong, murmured disdainfully, "I was really worried that you had some skills. It seems like I was overthinking." In his opinion, Suyu's carefree departure was a sign that his threat had worked. He was making things difficult for Suyu with the intention of driving him away. Otherwise, with a person highly valued by the Path Master here, who would own the broken love flute after it was discovered. Come, break the heart. Autumn, guest of the Wudong, looked hopeful. On the other side, Suyu came to a place where the power of heaven and earth was relatively thick. Masses of mixed power of heaven and earth appeared one after another. He tried to pull a mass of power of heaven and earth into his palm. Seeing that it did not resist, he absorbed it into his body. However, after the power entered his body, it flowed out naturally and did not remain. After thinking for a while, Suyu was unwilling to give up. He tried many methods, but without exception, he could not retain the power of heaven and earth in this place. They were like unripe fruits that could not be plucked. Just as he was feeling helpless, one of the Buddhist beads on his wrist became slightly hot. He scanned it with his soul. It was the evil dragon that he had taken away from the Dayu Empire. "What's the matter?" Suyu asked as the evil dragon kept hitting the barrier of the Buddha Pearl's space. The evil dragon's expression was excited as he said, "Master, I want to recover my peak strength as a 4-crown emperor. Please grant me a chance." With Suyu's current cultivation, he was not afraid of the evil dragon recovering to its peak. "What did you sense?" he asked. The evil dragon said carefully, "Outside should be natural heaven and earth power, right? If you don't need it, or if you have extra, please bestow it to me. I'm willing to do anything to repay you." Suyu sighed and said, "Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The power of heaven and earth here is still accumulating and has yet to erupt, so it can't be absorbed." I can absorb it." Suyu's eyes shone, and he immediately released it. "Let's try it." The evil dragon's body had been suppressed by the 7 ancient swords for a long time. The 7 holes, which were so deep that bones could be seen, had yet to recover. The evil dragon twisted its body, its eyes filled with excitement. It carefully looked at Suyu, and after receiving his approval, it opened its mouth and took a deep breath. A large amount of the power of heaven and earth gathered around it and entered its body. The power in its body was about to overflow. Suddenly, the black scales on the surface of the evil dragon's body expanded rapidly, layer after layer. The dragon's unique dragon aura was released, forming a thin layer of latex. 20% of the overflowing power of heaven and earth couldn't pass through the layers of scales, and another 30% couldn't pass through the thin layer of dragon aura. In the end, 50% of the power of heaven and earth remained in its body, and the evil dragon digested it for its own use. Its cultivation rose rapidly, and it reached the level of a 3-crown emperor in a short while. An hour later, its aura rose to the level of a 4-crown emperor. Ha ha ha! I've finally recovered. The evil dragon laughed heartily, his laughter filled with helplessness and sorrow. As he laughed, he looked at Suyu, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude. I can't thank you enough. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan, and I always repay favors. If you need me to do anything for you, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. As an evil dragon, he hid his evil aura, and he was still quite decent, so he wasn't that repulsive. You don't have to go through fire and water, but can you tell me how much more power of heaven and earth can you absorb? The evil dragon pointed at the power of heaven and earth in front of him. Are you still willing to let me continue absorbing? The power of heaven and earth is the best nourishment for the Dragon Clan. My cultivation might increase infinitely. Answer me, Suyu said calmly. Even if the evil dragon became a pathmaster, he wouldn't be worried. In theory, I can absorb the power of Tao in your body. The evil dragon was an old monster that had lived for countless years, and he understood Suyu's intention. He wanted to refine his Tao body. Suyu's eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? The evil dragon nodded and continued to absorb the power of heaven and earth without hesitation. A large amount of power of heaven and earth was continuously gathering into the dragon pearl. The entire giant python was weakening at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Perhaps it had sensed the danger it was in, but the giant python squirmed a little, showing signs of awakening. The beautiful woman in the palace dress raised her eyebrows. Sister, the situation isn't good. Shu Xianduo said, We have already lost the evil emperor's supreme scripture. If we also lose the love-severing flute, I'm afraid that the thing that the young master is looking for will really be lost. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered with wisdom as she said softly, I believe that Suyu has the ability to obtain the love-severing flute. Shu Xianduo had a question in her heart. If Suyu had the ability to obtain the love-severing flute, why did he still listen to her sister's orders? However, her sister was a pathmaster, so she didn't dare to question her. Inside the giant python's body, Wudong Qiao and the others also felt the strange changes. The power of heaven and earth in the surroundings became restless. Their hearts, which had been besieged, began to beat faster. The power of heaven and earth is about to awaken. Wudong Qiao, Ku's heart was in her throat. She swallowed a bottle of potion to replenish her power and shouted in a low voice, Soon continue! Looking at the heart, a deep gash had already appeared. It was only a matter of a few attacks before it was completely pierced through. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They all took out their trump cards and decided to put them to good use. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, before the power of heaven and earth was awakened, the heart was destroyed by them. With a cracking sound, a corner of the heart peeled off, revealing a crimson long flute. As soon as this object appeared, several sharp whistling sounds could be heard. It was the other people who were releasing their trump cards. Chapter 2189. You, Autumn Guest of Wudong, was already prepared. He turned around and took out a hidden shield. The shield split into tens of thousands of shield shadows, absorbing all the attacks. We are all from the number 1 peerless family, and you dare to plot against me?" Autumn Guest of Wurong revealed an expression of anger. "Hee, Autumn Guest of Wurong, stop pretending. You pushed out young Master Wu Chen. Didn't you want to chase away your strongest competitor? Do you think we are fools and can't see?" A red-robed woman sneered. "Moreover, we want to kill you, but do you not want to kill us? There is only one emotion, Severing Flute, and we have many people. You are the strongest among us. In theory, the emotion Severing Flute will naturally be snatched by you, so we have no choice but to work together." No one was a fool, and they all understood the reason. Seeking death, Autumn Guest of Wurong saw that everything was exposed and did not waste any more words. He did not have any feelings for fellow clansmen, and ruthlessly threw out a high-grade talisman. However, he retreated and reached out to grab the broken love flute. Not so easy. The red-robed woman raised her hand and released a small bird, which turned into a bolt of lightning that struck the back of Autumn Guest's hand. His entire body was numb, and he reflexively pulled his arm back. Taking this opportunity, several people attacked together. Autumn Guest of Wurong was strong, but how could he be careless when facing several people alone? He had to fight with all his strength. Both sides fought inside the giant python. All kinds of law chains flew, and the sound of collisions rang out. Both sides had the goal of killing each other, and their eyes were bloodshot. After a long battle, Autumn Guest of Wurong was covered in injuries, while the other side suffered heavy casualties. The red-robed woman in the lead had lost an arm, and because of the severity of the injury, she could not recover. Her expression was dark, and she gritted her teeth. Autumn Guest of Wurong had actually hidden a lot of his strength. His true strength was probably not weaker than the main factions by Yun and Red Immortal. "Go," the red-robed woman said. Knowing that they could not snatch it, they could only escape. "Want to leave?" "Humph." Autumn Guest of Wurong clenched his hand, and the 10 beads exploded at the same time, spraying out large amounts of unknown quicksand that instantly submerged the people. "Die." Then he chanted an incantation, and the quicksand actually twisted crazily like a living thing, crushing all the people inside it. Shocking blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the quicksand red. After confirming that they were all dead, Autumn Guest of the Wurong tree panted heavily. Exhausted, he turned around to retrieve the broken love flute. However, the scene that he saw when he turned around caused his eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. At his heart, a person was standing there, playing with the broken love flute. "Put it down." Autumn Wurong was so polite that she wanted to vomit blood. He had painstakingly opened his heart and killed all the competitors at the same time. But in the end, young Master Dustless had come and easily taken away the broken love flute. "Do you have to bully me like this?" Su, you fiddle with it for a moment, then said calmly, "The flute is pretty good, but I wonder how it tastes." As Autumn Guest of Wurong stared in bewilderment, Su opened his mouth and ate the broken love flute. Yes, he crushed it in one bite and swallowed it. "Why, you're crazy." Wurong Autumn Guest said in shock. The broken love flute was his only chance of survival, so why did he crush it and eat it? Su Yu's expression was indifferent as he said, "If I don't eat it, am I supposed to use it to defect to the enemy?" From the very beginning, Su Yu had never intended to give the broken love flute to the beautiful woman in the palace gown. Not only did she plot against him and the people of the #1 peerless family, but she was also forcing him to take something? Haha, Su Yu did not have such a good temper. "Do you know what you have done?" Autumn Guest of Wurong roared in exasperation. Su Yu wiped his mouth. The taste was not flattering, and he really did not know how Xiao Dai could eat it. Looking at Autumn Guest of Wurong, Su Yu said lightly, "Of course I know, and I know more than you. You know more than me. So you must have known that you would die a horrible death, right?" Autumn Guest of Wurong hated Su Yu to the core at that moment. A murderous aura shot out of his eyes, as if it had materialized. However, Suyu was not in a hurry. He performed space folding, turning himself into a speck of dust as he said, "What I know more than you is that this broken love flute is actually the source of the giant python's spiritual intelligence. Once the broken love flute is broken, the giant python will definitely awaken, and the power of heaven and earth will erupt." As if to prove his words, the surrounding power of heaven and earth rapidly converged into one. Waves of destruction rippled out in all directions. Many of the geniuses in the giant python's body were shocked, and they all fled from the giant python. Autumn, guest of Wudong, was furious, but he had no time to look for Suyu, so he fled in fear. However, he was the closest to the giant python's heart, and the waves of destruction were the most powerful. Before he could escape more than a few steps, he was immediately swept away by a wave of destruction, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Above, the beautiful eyes of the beautiful woman in the palace gown reflected the roaring and twisting giant python, and her heart sank to the bottom. I failed. The beautiful woman in the palace gown clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Suyu, whom she had placed so much hope in, had actually failed. Shu Xianduo sighed. Even her sister could make a mistake sometimes. "Let's go quickly," Shu Xianduo reminded her. No matter how unwilling the beautiful woman in the palace gown was, she could only flee. However, the giant python seemed to have been angered, and it stared at the beautiful woman in the palace gown, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present. The latter's heart shrank, and she hurriedly stepped out of the underground world, standing above the desert. But before she could do anything, a beam of light shot out from the bottom of the desert and struck the beautiful woman in the palace gown. The latter gave a muffled groan, and dense cracks appeared on her Taoist body like a porcelain doll. She had dodged in time, and she had only been grazed by the residual force. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as cracking. Having escaped, the beautiful woman in the palace gown immediately flickered into the distance. She watched as the giant python rushed out of the ground, then erupted into the nothingness outside of civilization. When everything calmed down, she revolved the power of the Path Master in her body with great difficulty to recover her body. Her eyes narrowed, and she immediately burrowed into the ground, looking for the whereabouts of the broken love flute. But she found nothing. Did it shatter at the moment when the power of heaven and earth awakened? The beautiful woman in the palace gown was full of unwillingness. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly found a person who had fallen into a deep pit. It was Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, who had survived the disaster. And he even had a Taoist body. The beautiful woman in the palace gown hooked her finger, pulling the dying Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, over. What happened? Why did the power of heaven and earth awaken for no reason? Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree, was terrified, and he did not dare to hide anything. What? He ate the broken love flute? The beautiful woman in the palace gown was shocked. She knew very well that it was an object close to the fairy embryo of a Taoist artifact, and it was unusually hard. What followed was anger. She had expected Suyu to have the ability to obtain the broken love flute, but she had not expected him to be unwilling to give to him. Why did he do that? The beautiful woman in the palace gown's pretty eyes were filled with anger for the first time. At that moment, an indifferent voice reverberated through the ground. "You are still asking why you are injured now." Chapter 2190. The beautiful woman turned her head to look, and her pupils constricted slightly. She saw a speck of dust appear from nothing, and it folded into a complete Mr. Wuchen. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. "You mean you're deliberately awakening the power of the world to hurt me?" Suyu shook his dust-covered robe and said calmly, "To be precise, I wanted to kill you, but you were lucky that you were only injured." He had wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth from the very beginning. It was a pity that this woman had escaped, and only her body was seriously injured. The beautiful woman stared at Su Yu's indifferent expression, and she felt a chill in her heart. This lad never showed his emotions. He obviously wanted to kill her, but he never revealed any murderous intent. Even now, when they were face to face, she didn't sense any murderous intent. Many old monsters who had lived for countless years were like this, right? She had a feeling that Su Yu couldn't be controlled, and not only that, but he was also extremely dangerous. After all, she was a path master who had experienced many storms and had vast knowledge. She immediately realized that a person like Su Yu couldn't be used by her. Moreover, she could see that in the near future, Su Yu would be a threat to the second peerless family. A wisp of weak, murderous intent lingered in her eyes. Then I have to admire your courage. You knew that I would only be injured, but you still dared to show yourself. The beautiful woman slowly released her domain. Her domain was a dreamy peach blossom forest, which was filled with the enchanting fragrance of pink flowers. Once one was enveloped by it, he would immediately sink into it and be unable to extricate himself. Spring slumber. The beautiful woman immediately released her domain. With her as the center, the domain spread rapidly in a circular shape. It would only take a moment to cover the entire ground. Theoretically, there was no suspense in the battle between a pathmaster and a half-step pathmaster. Even though Su Yu gave her a sense of danger, she was still exhausted, so she couldn't fight him. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he calmly looked at the incoming wave. He took out a leaf unhurriedly and said, "Since I dared to show myself, how could I not be prepared?" He threw the leaf, and a domain was released from it. Inside the domain, war horses neighed, and experts were as numerous as clouds. It was filled with fierce, murderous intent, and it tore apart a part of the sky. This leaf was one of the 3 leaves given to him by the Tiankin Pathmaster of the Tsangyang Yellow Mirror Palace. It contained his strongest attack. As a life-saving measure, Su Yu had never used it. The battlefield domain rotated and sliced apart spring, sleep domain. The dormant spring domain flew out and splashed in all directions. The difference between the 2 domains was obvious. The spring sleep domain was a support domain, while the battlefield domain was an offensive domain. The beautiful woman's expression changed drastically as she watched a long gash being torn open in her domain and locked onto by her opponent's battlefield domain. At the same time, he took out a defensive Tao artifact, Immortal Embryo. It was a silk-like ribbon. It flew out unhurriedly, wrapping around the battlefield domain. Through its continuous rotation, it disintegrated the battlefield domain bit by bit. Finally, when the battlefield domain reached the beautiful woman in the palace dress, there was only a faint trace of it left. The beautiful woman only managed to catch her breath after she forced a mouthful of Daelord's blood out of him. She grabbed the Pathmaster's blood and stared at Su Yu, her eyes filled with deep fear. Just as he was about to say something, Su Yu suddenly took out 2 leaves at the same time and was about to throw them over. The beautiful woman's eyelids twitched. 1 leaf had almost threatened her life, let alone 2. Even the defensive Tao artifact Immortal Embryos were unable to continue. "I'll remember you, Mr. Wuchen. We'll meet again." The beautiful woman in the palace dress was filled with hatred. If she hadn't been injured by the power of heaven and earth, she wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Once her Tao body recovered, she might not be afraid of the domain within the 2 leaves. With a grunt, the beautiful woman grabbed Shu, Xianduo, and left. Before leaving, she reached out to grab the Tao artifact Immortal Embryo. However, her palm was empty. When she looked again, she saw that Su Yu had moved it into his hand with the power of space. "You." The beautiful woman's eyes were burning with anger. She wanted to snatch it back, but she was afraid of the 2 leaves in Su Yu's hand. She had no choice but to give up. She had been hiding under the noses of the 3 elders of the number 1 peerless family, and nothing had happened to her. Now, she had been defeated by a half-step Tao Lord kid. Even the defensive Tao artifact, a mortal embryo in her hand, had been snatched away by her opponent. To her, it was a great humiliation. Just you wait. The beautiful woman in the palace dress said ruthlessly before leaving. Su Yu couldn't catch up with her, so he could only watch her escape. Weighing the ribbon in his hand, Su Yu was quite satisfied with it. The leaf had not been wasted, and he had obtained a defensive Tao artifact, a mortal embryo. Su Yu had experienced its defensive power just now, and it could completely withstand an attack of the Tao Lord level. Primordial Sky Spirit Ribbon. Su Yu murmured softly as he put the item away. Looking around at the survivors around them, the way they looked at Su Yu had changed. A peer who had an attack of the Tao Lord level could kill them as easily as slaughtering chickens. The others didn't feel anything, as they were just in awe. Autumn Guest of the Wudong Tree was full of fear. He lowered his head, and his mind was in turmoil. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had known that Su Yu was so powerful, he wouldn't have been disrespectful to him. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently, then left expressionlessly. If he killed him now, wouldn't he be giving them an excuse? The rest of the survivors were still in shock, and they all returned to the town. However, they found something unusual from afar. The town was filled with smoke, and there were countless casualties. A group of martial artists from the first peerless family collected the corpses with mournful expressions. What happened? Autumn Guest of the Wudong Tree met a familiar youth and immediately asked. The other party was overjoyed to see that he and many other outstanding youths were still alive. He said, "You are still alive. That's great. We all thought that you had died in the rebellion." They had been gone for several days, and their whereabouts were a mystery. Everyone thought that they had met a tragic end. Rebellion. Autumn Guest of the Wudong Tree's heart tightened. Are they the remnants of the second peerless family? Yes. There are tens of thousands of remnants of the second peerless family hidden in the town. 3 days ago, they suddenly launched a surprise attack. We were unprepared, and the casualties were extremely tragic. The group of youths who rushed over were shocked when they learned of the incident. Tens of thousands? Where did so many come from? If the town's inspection was so strict, how could there be so many remnants of the second peerless family? It was completely incomprehensible. Some of the guests have been bribed by the people of the second peerless family, so they cheated during the entrance inspection and let many of the people of the second peerless family in. Hearing this, many of the youths were furious. Among our guests, besides Lu Xian, there are other traitors? After understanding the rest of the details, they couldn't suppress their anger. There were tens of thousands of casualties this time. Among them, the more outstanding members of the younger generation suffered the most serious casualties. Chapter 2191. This was done deliberately by the second exceptional family, specifically targeting the outstanding youngsters of the first exceptional family. After he was done, he immediately retreated back to the second peerless clan. Su Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. The second peerless clan's ambition was not the sky pure mine, but the demonic emperor of the highest scripture and the broken love flute. Therefore, when the time was right, there was no need to hide anymore, and they would launch a sneak attack at the same time. I didn't expect a foreign minister to seek refuge with the second most powerful family, Su Yu thought to himself. He knew that Lu Xian was innocent, but he didn't expect that there was really a traitor. However, none of this mattered to Su Yu. Go and report to the Windflower Clan's elder as soon as possible. If they know that you're still alive, they'll definitely be overjoyed. The group of people in front of them could be said to be the strongest group in the branch. They were either Daoified souls or Daoified bodies. They didn't suffer any losses, which was a blessing in disguise. Su Yu nodded, then went to the station with the other young elites. The 3 elders were discussing something urgently. Seeing that Su Yu and the others had returned, the Feng Hua Tao Master smiled. You came back just in time. Get ready. Everyone is to withdraw from the heavenly pure mine. Retreat? Many young elites couldn't understand. The Fenghua clan elder said solemnly, "This is an order from the patriarch after we communicated with him. For the sake of safety, all of you youngsters should temporarily stop all mining activities and return to your families immediately." They were unwilling. They hadn't even dug up the sky's pure dust. Yet they had to retreat? Su Yu furrowed his brows deeply. If he retreated now, he would miss the chance to meet Tian Jingchen. The orders of the clan leader cannot be disobeyed. You have 2 hours to prepare. When you are ready, I will personally escort you to the top of the 10,000 sect beast and return to the number 1 clan. So urgent? It seemed that the situation was not optimistic. The people from the second, most exceptional clan could attack again at any time. Everyone had no choice but to go back and pack their things. Su Yu did not have many things to pack up. Instead, he found a quiet place and, with a clench of his fingers, extracted the powder of the broken love flute that he had eaten from his body and gathered it in his palm. Time reversal! He activated a small area of time reversal, allowing the broken love flute to return to the time before it was eaten. Now, no one should know that the emotion-severing flute still existed in this world. He looked at it for a while and tried to play. In the end, Su Yu, who did not know anything about music, was able to play a soul-stirring tune. It was beautiful and pleasant to listen to. It didn't sound like an ordinary voice. Strange. Su Yu was surprised. He tried a few more times and realized that no matter how he played it, the same music would appear. The entire flute could only play one tune. The beautiful woman in palace attire has been plotting this for a long time. So, she couldn't have done it just for a song, right? Su Yu rolled his eyes and immediately realized where the problem lay. He played it again and wrote down the score of the entire song on a piece of paper. Su Yu, who did not understand music, could not see anything wrong with it. If it was given to someone who was proficient in music, he might be able to discover the problem with the music score. 2 hours passed after he was done. Everyone gathered in the main hall again. Dao Lord Fenghua was already waiting in the courtyard, and she was staring at the spatial barrier that had cracked open like a spider web. Wanzong Beast was about to arrive. Don't be discouraged. Once we've stabilized the crippled Sky Mountain, you'll have another chance to return, Taoist Master Fenghua said indifferently. His words of consolation could only be taken as consolation. Even with 3 Dao Lords keeping watch, they were still unable to guarantee their safety. Could it be that they would send 4 or 5 Dao Lords here in the future? Obviously not. It would be a long time before they had the chance to come again. Crack! With the sound of space shattering, Wan Zhongshuo's head emerged from within and was about to retreat immediately. Let's go! Taoist Master Feng Hua took the lead and flew up, and the rest of the people followed her. Before long, everyone began to travel through the ultra-long distance space with complicated feelings. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they were still traveling. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Something was wrong. When they arrived, it could be said that they had teleported. It had only been a cup of tea's time. Now, it was more than twice as long. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the space in front of him suddenly brightened. It was a sign that they had traveled to the end of the space. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When Wan Zhongshuo stopped, they jumped out of the space tunnel and came to the outside world. What came into view was an emerald green lakeside. Where is this place? It's so unfamiliar. They imagined that they would return directly to the mansion of the king. Taoist Master Feng Hua stood by the lakeside and said leisurely, "It's an ordinary forest near the mansion of the number 1 peerless family. Wait patiently for a moment. I've already informed the people of the mansion to come and take you back." With the Taoist master's guarantee, the master's doubts were dispelled. They sat down with their legs crossed and relaxed, talking and discussing with each other. Only Su Yu secretly activated the heavenly eyes to observe the situation from top to bottom. At the same time, he was vigilant. Something was wrong. It couldn't be what Taoist Master Feng Hua had explained. The place they were heading to was not the mansion of the number 1 peerless family, but another place. Just as the heavenly eyes opened, Su Yu's pupils constricted fiercely. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior, I have something to do. I want to act alone, so I won't trouble the people of the mansion to come and pick me up." Taoist Master Feng Hua looked over and asked indifferently, "Is it very important?" "Yes, it is," Su Yu said concisely. Taoist Master Feng Hua did not say anything and let him go. She said, "Be careful on the road." Su Yu immediately took the lead and left. Seeing him leave, Autumn, guest of Wudong, heaved a sigh of relief and snorted. "You're smart enough to know how to hide from me." Being at the Broken Sky Mountain, Autumn, guest of Wudong, could not do anything to Su Yu. But when he returned to the mansion, Su Yu was nothing. He was ordered to kneel and would never dare to stand. Unexpectedly, Su Yu slipped away at the last minute, causing his plan to fail. After Su Yu walked away from them unhurriedly, he immediately teleported and skimmed into the distance. His face was grave. However, just as he took a step forward, he found that he was standing on the same spot. He was still at the edge of the small forest and had not gone far. He stopped in his tracks, and his eyes became fierce and sharp. He said indifferently, "There's only you and me, so there's no need to hide any more." Only a strong pathmaster could forcibly pull him back from his leap. And in front of him, there was only one strong pathmaster, Taoist Master Feng Hua. Swish! A black shadow blurred before Su Yu's eyes, and the black-robed Taoist Master Feng Hua appeared. The only female pathmaster. She looked down at Su Yu from above, sizing him up curiously. She said, "You knew there was something wrong with me?" As soon as she said that, the identity of Taoist Master Feng Hua was obvious. Su Yu said, "To be able to let tens of thousands of remnants of the number 2 peerless family enter, and to allow an enemy pathmaster to live freely in the city for decades, how could a mere guest be able to hide the truth? There must be someone even more important. Among the 3 elders, maybe one of them is a traitor." Su Yu said, "Only now am I sure that you are the traitor, because you brought us to the territory of the number 2 peerless family." The forest that the heavenly eyes saw looked different. Chapter 2192. Beyond the forest and the lake was a boundless desert. The place they were in was actually just an oasis in the desert. In the entire 7 absolute civilizations, only the territories of the 2nd and 3rd absolute families had such a terrain. Taoist Master Feng Hua lied to them that this place was the number 1 absolute civilization. There was no need to doubt her stance. "You're smart, really." The Feng Hua Tao Lord clasped her hands behind her back as she looked at Su Yu. "I've hidden myself so well. For so many years, the family master has never suspected me. I didn't expect that you would be able to discern my identity." Su Yu's wisdom and meticulous observation had won her sincere praise, even though she was his enemy. His intelligence wasn't inferior to many Tao Lords. "Looks like bringing you back was the wisest decision," Taoist Master Feng Hua said slowly. Originally, she favored Autumn, guest of Wudong, the most. She wanted to send an extremely outstanding talent to the 2nd peerless clan. Now, it seemed that Su Yu's intelligence might even surpass Autumn, guest of the Wudong tree. Su Yu secretly took out a leaf and was ready to activate it at any time. Unlike the heavily injured, beautiful woman, the Windflower Tao Lord was at her peak condition. A single leaf might not be able to do anything to her, unless he took out the other 2 leaves at the same time. Shwa! Suddenly the aura around them froze, and an oppressive aura assaulted them. A 10-meter-tall being clad in pitch-black demonic armor appeared next to Tao Lord Windflower. It had 8 arms, a tall and sturdy body, and was exceptionally ferocious. He was also a Tao Lord. "Feng Hua, why aren't you going back?" The #1 peerless family's Wanzhongshou is about to arrive, said the devil-armored being. Taoist Master Feng Hua looked at him respectfully and said, Lord Mo Yuan, this child wanted to escape, so I came here to stop him. That's why I delayed him for a while. Escape? Dao Master Mo Yuan sized Suyu up with a shrewd look. You do seem extraordinary. All right, you can go now. Leave this place to me. Dao Lord Feng Hua was responsible for tricking all the outstanding members of the #1 peerless family into coming over. Then she would return and continue working as a spy. Suyu and the others were taken away by Dao Master Mo Yuan. Taoist Master Feng Hua nodded slightly and returned to where she came from. The space that had just healed was once again filled with cracks. Suyu's heart tightened when he saw this scene through the heavenly eyes. That was the only chance to return to the #1 peerless family. Right now, he was viewed as a member of the #1 absolute clan. Once he fell into the 2nd absolute clan, he would be imprisoned for a very long time until he reached the 2nd absolute clan. This was not the situation he wanted. Kid, accept your fate, Dao Lord Mo Yuan said. Suyu interrupted him and said, I will walk back myself. He silently returned to the small forest and met up with Autumn, Guest of Wudong, and the others. Dao Master Mo Yuan revealed a faint smile. At least you know your limits. Autumn, Guest of the Wudong tree frowned slightly, not understanding why Suyu had returned. Did he not understand that returning to the #1 peerless clan was Autumn, Guest of the Wudong tree's territory? Hey! Autumn, Guest of Wudong was about to say something when he saw the demonic armor path master following behind Suyu. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Just as his voice fell, the other party laughed wildly. Welcome to the 2nd peerless family. Number 2 peerless family? Most of them were completely dumbfounded, and they all looked toward Dao Master Feng Hua. The latter was expressionless, with his back facing them, waiting for the Wanzhong beast to appear. Those who were slightly smarter immediately sensed that something was wrong. Crack! At that moment, the space split open, and the Wanzhong beast poked his head out and was about to shrink back. Dao Master Feng Hua jumped onto the Wanzhong beast alone, not looking at anyone behind her. Elder Feng Hua betrayed us. Finally, all the young talents present realized what was going on. Some of them tried to fly away from the Wanzhong beast. However, Dao Master Feng Hua waved her robe behind her mercilessly, releasing a domain to block their way. She said indifferently, Stay here with peace of mind. The 2nd peerless family will not treat you badly. No. The young talents were forced to wait outside, and their hearts fell into a cold, pitch-black abyss. They had been abandoned. Haha, you are all talents, as long as you are willing to surrender. We, the 2nd peerless family, will not treat you badly. Dao Master Mo Yuan's laughter came from behind them. Suyu's eyes flickered with a shrewd light, and he did not make a move. Until the moment when the Wanzhong beast completely entered the space. He suddenly attacked. Bloodshed domain. The leaf hidden in his hand was activated without warning, instantly shattering the domain of Dao Master Feng Hua. Then he took the opportunity to fly over. The rest of the people reacted quickly and followed Suyu to chase after the Wanzhong beast. Once the Wanzhong beast began to travel through space, even strong Dao Masters would not dare to move recklessly on his body. Otherwise, if they alarmed the Wanzhong beast and he randomly chose a direction to escape in, they were likely to be taken by the Wanzhong beast to a distant foreign realm that they would never be able to return from, as long as they stepped on it. Even Dao Master Feng Hua could do nothing about it. However, even though Dao Master Feng Hua could not stop them, Dao Master Mo Yuan could. Demon shakes the world. He snorted coldly when he saw that. A huge demonic shadow domain descended with a loud rumble. A demonic shadow that looked like a giant ape descended from the sky, pounding the ground with its fists. Many of the young talents present felt as if they had been hit by civilization. They spat out divine blood, and some of them passed out on the spot. However, 2 of them managed to resist it and took the opportunity to step on the Wanzong beast's tail. One of them was Suyu. The Taoist body of the human demon appeared in front of him, and he used it to resist the attack of the domain. The other one was Autumn Guest of Wudong. He held a broken bronze statue in his hand, and a broken domain was released from it, which barely offset most of the domain attack. When Dao Master Mo Yuan rushed over, the Wanzong beast had already stepped into the space. He wanted to intervene, but he was worried that he would alarm the Wanzong beast and implicate Dao Master Fenghua, so he could only swallow his hatred and give up. That brat's temperament is simply terrifying. Dao Master, Mo Yuan pondered. Facing 2 Dao Masters at the same time, he was calm and composed, and he could even endure it. He clearly had such a powerful leaf, but he had been enduring it all this time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike suddenly in search of a chance of survival. I hope Fenghua can subdue him. Such a talent is rare. In the space, Dao Master Fenghua's eyes were filled with icy light. She jumped between Suyu and Autumn Guest of Wudong and said in a menacing tone, "Good, very good. I wanted to give you a chance to achieve meteoric success, but you insisted on choosing the road to hell." How could she tolerate 2 insiders returning to the number 1 peerless family? Their identities would definitely be exposed. Autumn Guest of Wudong felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart sank to the bottom. The Wanzong beast had stepped into the space, but how to return alive was the real test. The broken domain in his bronze statue could not withstand the Dao Master Fenghua at all. Suyu, however, was calm and composed. He said indifferently, "You can strike now." The Dao Master Fenghua's eyes narrowed. If she could, she would certainly strike now. However, she had to weigh the pros and cons of the Wanzong beast. "Since you don't dare, please shut up and save your energy." Suyu sat down calmly and took out the Origin Sky spiritual belt. The defensive power of this item was impressive, so he naturally had to refine it as soon as possible. Seeing this item, the Dao Master Fenghua's pupils shrank. The Origin Sky spiritual belt. As a member of the number 2 peerless family, she had no reason not to recognize the revenge of the beautiful woman in the palace gown. "How did it end up in your hands?" "She gave it to me," Suyu said indifferently. The Dao Master Fenghua's expression changed constantly. Of course, she knew the truth behind Autumn Guest of Wudong and the others being tricked by the beautiful woman in the palace gown. When she found out that Suyu, Autumn Guest of Wudong, and the others had returned alive, she initially thought that something had happened to the beautiful woman in the palace gown. Now, it seemed that her guess was correct. Even the fairy embryo of a Taoist artifact, the Origin Sky spiritual belt, had fallen into this person's hands. The murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Crack! After an unknown amount of time, the space in front of her suddenly split open. Impressively, the Wanzong beast had returned to the side of another Wanzong beast. A familiar aura of the number 1 peerless family assaulted her senses. The Dao Master Fenghua jumped out first and immediately released a powerful domain, striking back at the Wanzong beast. In this way, Suyu and Autumn Guest of Wudong were in a desperate situation. If they didn't come out, the frightened Wanzong beast would go to an unknown distant place. Come out and take a hit from the domain. Without hesitation, Suyu leaped out. A ribbon, like lightning, quickly wrapped around the Dao Master Fenghua's domain and obliterated it. Autumn Guest of Wudong immediately released the domain in the bronze statue and took the opportunity to attack the Dao Master Fenghua. No matter what kind of grudge there was between her and Suyu, they now had a common enemy. The Dao Master Fenghua was furious. With a backhand slap, she gathered another domain and blasted both of them away. "Get lost!" Su Yu had the Origin Sky spiritual belt to protect himself, so he was only slightly injured. Autumn Guest of Wudong was not so lucky, and the bronze statue in his hand was shattered. Fortunately, he had successfully transformed into a body, so his body was not seriously injured. Humph! The Tao Master Feng Hua clutched his throat and subdued him. Then, she quickly chased after Su Yu. Su Yu took out a leaf, sighed inwardly, and threw it out with a backhand. A domain containing a fierce attack instantly shrouded behind him. The Tao Master Feng Hua's face changed fiercely, and she immediately displayed her own domain to resist. The two domains collided, and after a moment of stalemate, they were both destroyed. The Tao Master Feng Hua waved away the remnants of the domain in the sky and looked around. However, there was no trace of Su Yu. There was not even a trace of his aura left in the atmosphere. She stood where she was, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Mr. Wuchen, I know you are nearby. If possible, I hope we can talk. I know your background, and you are not a member of the number 1 Peerless family. I am a spy in the number 1 Peerless family, and there is no conflict of interest with you, is there? As long as you don't expose my identity, not only will I not kill you, but I will also give you many benefits. How about it?" As she spoke, she sensed the fluctuations in the atmosphere around her. At the same time, she secretly condensed a domain in her sleeves. If there was any abnormality, she would attack immediately. She would not put her fate in the hands of a junior. However, the surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. After half an hour, the Tao Master Feng Hua frowned. "Has he gone far?" With deep anxiety, the Tao Master Feng Hua searched in other directions. However, after a cup of tea's time, her figure suddenly appeared in the quiet vicinity, and she said exasperatedly, "He is really gone." One night watch today. Recently, she had missed 3 night watch periods, and she would start to make up for it tomorrow. 1 night watch period at 8 in the morning, 2 night watch periods at noon, and 2 night watch periods at 6 in the evening. Chapter 2194. He didn't have any leaves. However, he still had 20,000 drops of the Pathmaster's blood from the Purple Cloud Pathmaster and the White Bone Pathmaster, as well as a Heavenly Law Death Eye. Unless one of them had a cultivation close to the Sinful Lady's level, he would be killed by it. In the worst-case scenario, he would scatter a handful of world-destroying dust and sink the entire 7 unique civilizations, regardless of the lives of the innocent people. While he was thinking, a wave of air surged from afar. Several Pathmasters and Biyun Hongxian, led by the golden-eyed Lang Jun, arrived. The Feng Hua Pathmaster was the most proactive. She snorted coldly, "Demon, you killed innocent people, and you deserve to die. Let me take you." What she wanted the most was to silence Su Yu, so that he would not speak a single word. However, someone was faster than her. The golden-eyed Lang Jun took out a golden bell and instantly trapped Su Yu in it. Strangely, Su Yu didn't resist. Instead, he was very calm. "Do you want to say something?" The golden-eyed Lang Jun came to the front of the golden bell with his hands behind his back. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "You are not as smart as you think." "Is that so? But I caught you. That's enough," the golden-eyed Lang Jun said lightly. At the same time, he took out a golden blade and stared at Biyun Hongxian. "You come." Biyun Hongxian hesitated and didn't grab the blade. It was a doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, that could destroy a Pathmaster. If she stabbed it, Su Yu would definitely die. "You are the heir of the number 1 Peerless family. You can't be emotional, and you can't show any weakness." He seemed to be blaming Biyun Hongxian for pleading for Su Yu. Under threat, Biyun Hongxian held the blade and walked towards Su Yu step by step. She came to the front of the golden bell and said apologetically, "Su Rushu, don't blame me. I was forced to do this." As she spoke, she stabbed the blade into the golden bell, aiming for Su Yu's vital part. The Feng Hua Pathmaster saw this, and her lips curled into a cold smile. The golden-eyed Lang Jun was expressionless as he watched Su Yu take the fatal blow. However, right at that moment, Su Yu suddenly opened his mouth and bit the sharp blade. With a crack, the sharp blade of the immortal embryo Tao artifact was bitten off. At the same time, Su Yu bit open the golden bell with his mouth, extended his hand, and twisted Byun Hong Xian's neck at lightning speed. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events. From the moment Su Yu crushed the sharp blade to the moment he gripped by Yun Hongxian, only a split second had passed. "You dare!" The golden pupil scholar glared at him angrily. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "Since you want to kill me, why wouldn't I dare?" He was about to pinch him to death. "Stop!" With a wave of his hand, the golden-eyed playboy kept the golden bell and said in a deep voice, "Su Rushu, I can let you go, but you can't hurt a single hair on my daughter's head. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape, no matter what." Su Yu said, "Give me your battleship." Golden-eyed gentleman hesitated for a moment. That battleship was the only heavenly legacy battleship of the number 1 civilization. These warships were personally created by the Sky Legacy Emperor, and there were only 9 of them in total. 5 of them had already been destroyed, and the other 3 were in the hands of the 7th Absolute family. The last one was fortunately in the hands of the number 1 Absolute family. How could he be willing to hand over such a valuable battleship to Su Yu? The Fenghua Dao Master was anxious and said, "Master, you can't agree to it. If we keep him, we still have a chance to save our young lady. If we hand over the battleship to him, who knows where he will take our young lady?" The other Dao Masters agreed with her. They could continue to negotiate with Su Yu and strive to exchange their young lady back. "I will only give you 10 breaths' time to consider whether to agree or not." Su Yu began to count. 10. After counting, the golden-eyed gentleman said, "Give it to him." But the Fenghua Dao Master was extremely unwilling. "I said give it to him." The golden-eyed gentleman said in a more serious tone. Only then did the crowd reluctantly hand over the heavenly legacy battleship to Su Yu. Su Yu refined it on the spot and familiarized himself with the operation process. He was a little dismayed to discover that the heavenly legacy battleship required the power of a Pathmaster to be activated. With the little power of a Pathmaster that he had left in the deep mountains, he could probably only activate it once. "I will let her go when it is safe. But if you dare to chase after me, then I can't guarantee anything," Su Yu said indifferently. He subdued by Yun Hongxian and leaped onto the battleship. Then he activated it, and it disappeared without a trace. The golden-eyed gentleman's face was as gloomy as water. He said, "The rest of you, go back to the mansion and hold the fort." The Fenghua Dao Master's face was full of worry. What if Su Yu said something to the family master? At that moment, the golden-eyed gentleman suddenly said, "Fenghua, you know this man the best. Follow me and chase after him." The Fenghua Dao Master was delighted and said, "Yes, sir." The 2 of them immediately gave chase. They had thought that it would take a long time to catch up with Su Yu. Unexpectedly, they found the heavenly legacy battleship docked on the beach of the continent. Even better, Su Yu and Bai Yun Hongxian were among them. The Fenghua Dao Master was overjoyed. It seemed that Su Yu's power as a Pathmaster was insufficient and couldn't control the heavenly legacy battleship for too long. However, something was slightly strange. Su Yu did not do anything to Bai Yun Hongxian when he sensed their arrival. Instead, he only drank and chatted with them on the heavenly legacy battleship. The Fenghua Dao Master frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. "Su Rushu, do you have anything to say?" The golden-eyed gentleman came over with his hands clasped behind his back, his face cold. Su Yu put down the wine cup calmly and said, "What I want to say is that the Fenghua Dao Master is the spy of the 2nd Peerless family." Upon hearing that, the Fenghua Dao Master rebuked him angrily. "Nonsense! I have risked my life for the 1st Peerless family for so many years. How could I be the spy of the second peerless family? Family master, this man is trying to sow discord. I hope you will understand. The coldness in the golden-eyed gentleman's eyes intensified. He stared at Suyu and said placidly, "One is my family elder, and the other is the murderer who kidnapped my daughter. Who would I trust?" Upon hearing such an answer, the Feng Hua Tao master heaved a sigh of relief. The golden-eyed gentleman said again, "The one I trust is, of course, Su Rishu." The Feng Hua Tao master was stunned. She said, "Family master, you mean you trust him?" The golden-eyed gentleman turned his body sideways and stared at the Feng Hua Tao master with a complicated look in his eyes. He said, "I wanted to let you stay for a while longer, but your evil intentions have been aroused." The Feng Hua Tao master trembled slightly. She pretended to be calm and said, "Family master, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "You do. 20 years ago, you accepted 3 drops of heaven's grace due from the young master of the second peerless family in exchange for working for the second peerless family." "I knew about this a long time ago," the golden-eyed gentleman said. "As the family master of the first peerless family, I couldn't provide you with the heaven's grace due. It was my incompetence. Therefore, I ignored you and reminded you many times to remain loyal to the family. But in the end, you didn't understand what I meant and caused such a huge massacre at the Broken Sky Mountain." His words conveyed deep disappointment. Upon hearing that, the Feng Hua Tao master's face turned as white as a sheet. She said, "No, impossible. How could the family master know about what happened that year? At that time, apart from me and the young master of the second peerless family, only his trusted aide was there." "Wait, family master, you bribed the trusted aide of the young master?" The golden-eyed gentleman's silence was equivalent to admitting it. The Feng Hua Tao master gasped. She felt that the usually gentle and elegant family master was now, like an abyss, unfathomable. He had quietly placed a chess piece in such a deep place as the second peerless family. The second peerless family probably didn't have many core secrets that could be kept secret. "Feng Hua, be a human in your next life." The golden-eyed gentleman sighed and threw out a dazzling golden domain. The Feng Hua Tao master's eyes were filled with panic. While releasing her own domain to resist, she shouted, "Family master, please spare my life." What answered her was a silent domain shrouding her. The 2 domains collided. The Feng Hua Tao master's domain was unable to resist and was burned to ashes by the golden light. His body had also disappeared within the golden flames. Suyu watched the whole process, and his pupils shrank slightly. They were both Tao masters, but the golden-eyed gentleman was much stronger than the Feng Hua Tao master. The golden-eyed gentleman silently watched the Feng Hua Tao master turn into ashes and dissipate. A touch of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. Then he calmed down and turned around to land on the heavenly legacy warship. "What do you think of this ending?" The golden-eyed gentleman sat down and smiled warmly. Suyu was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Nothing much. After all, I'm still a wanted person by the first peerless family." The news that the Feng Hua Tao master was a traitor was only known to those present. The outside world still believed that Suyu had betrayed them. "To be honest, I'm quite satisfied. This is the only way you can help me with one thing," the golden-eyed gentleman said. The relationship between them was unusually harmonious, and there wasn't the slightest bit of unhappiness in the past. "Is this why the family master wanted to speak to me privately through the golden bell?" It turned out that the golden bell contained the golden-eyed gentleman's words. He knew that Suyu was innocent and hoped that Suyu would take Bai Yun Hongxian as a hostage and cooperate with him to put on a show. That was why the previous scene had taken place. "Of course," the golden-eyed gentleman said. "I hope you can infiltrate the Pirate Alliance as a spy." Upon hearing that, Suyu stared at the gentleman in front of him. He reminded Suyu of a person, Dongfeng of the Dayu Empire. They were both astute, but the golden-eyed gentleman was more unfathomable. To be able to plant his own people around the young master of the second, peerless family. His scheming ability was evident. Now that he was going to arrange for him to join the pirate alliance, it was really a good plan. Then you must have prepared a reward that will excite me, Suyu said lightly. The golden-eyed gentleman smiled. How about betrothing my daughter to you? His words startled by Yun Hongxian. Was her father joking? Be serious. This joke isn't funny. Would the young lady of the first peerless family, the future heir, be betrothed to someone whose background was unknown? Moreover, in the eyes of the golden-eyed gentleman, Suyu was just an insignificant person. It really isn't funny, the golden-eyed gentleman said calmly as he stared into Suyu's eyes. He didn't want to betroth by Yun Hongxian to Suyu, but he wanted to see how Suyu would react. If he really had improper thoughts about his daughter, the following conversation would probably be a different kind of unharmonious atmosphere. There was only time for one chapter, and the remaining chapter would be posted at night. Chapter 2195. Fortunately, he still had some self-awareness. Therefore, they could still continue to negotiate peacefully. Do you have something you want to do? Golden-eyed Lang Jun asked confidently. As the head of the number 1 peerless family, he indeed had such confidence. Send me to the sinful woman palace, Suyu said calmly. Since the other party was so confident, what was there for him to hesitate for? Hearing this, the golden-eyed scholar froze. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, The sinful lady palace? Your request is beyond my capabilities. Let's change it to something else. His expression was slightly awkward, but it immediately returned to normal. If you can't send me there, then you can tell me where the sinful lady palace is. This. Golden-eyed Lang Jun hesitated. I don't know either. Suyu calmly asked. Then why should I be a spy for you? After failing to fulfill both of his requests, the golden-eyed scholar put down his pride and said, It's not that I can't do it, but there's probably no one in the 7 ultimate civilizations who can fulfill your request. He hoped that Suyu could change his condition. I wanted to get the heavens pure dust, but you didn't fulfill it. I wanted to get a clue about a place, but you couldn't satisfy me either. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in your number 1 family, Suyu said as he stood up. The so-called 7-star civilization was nothing more than this. Seeing that the negotiations were about to collapse, Bai Yun Hongxian became anxious. Suddenly she had an idea and said, Father, don't we have the sky seeking well? After being reminded, the golden-eyed playboy's eyes flickered, and his face revealed a hint of hesitation. Only when Suyu was about to leave did she say, Wait, he said, just as my daughter said, our number 1 peerless clan has a heavenly well that can answer all questions in the world. Is that so? Suyu expressed his doubt. Golden-eyed Lang Jun waved his hand and an image appeared. A dilapidated and dried-up well was hidden in a certain place under the protection of layers of Downlord seals. This is the heavenly inquiry well created by the Sky Legacy Emperor when he was still alive. If more than 10 Downlords are channeling their great desolation energy into it at the same time, they will be able to activate it and ask a question. The response from the well will give you the answer you want. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. It looked a little like the undying ancestral demon. However, the authenticity of it was still questionable. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you ask a few people who know the ins and outs, they will know that our number 1 peerless clan has such a sky inquiry well. Suyu nodded slowly. I'll believe in this ancient well for now. But why would you open it for me? Using 10 Dao Masters to attack at the same time is no small feat. Golden-eyed Lang Jun said calmly, You can ask around if I, Golden-eyed Lang Jun, have broken my promise. As long as someone tells you that I have broken my promise, you can give up on the mission midway. He made such a solemn vow, which indeed made him seem trustworthy. He had to find an opportunity to ask the people who knew about it. Then, how long do you plan to keep me under cover? Could it be 100 years? Suyu asked. The golden-eyed scholar waved his hand. Of course not. I only hope that, after you become a spy, you can help us complete one thing. That is to gather the strength of the Pirate Alliance and deal a destructive blow to the second peerless family. His answer was as expected. Golden-eyed playboy probably did not plan on destroying the entire Pirate Alliance by himself. There must be another motive for making Suyu a spy. Now it seemed to be the case. The golden-eyed scholar smiled faintly. How about it? Are you willing to give it a try? Did Suyu have a choice? He had gone to great lengths to find clues about the location of the sinful Lady Palace, so he naturally could not give up just like that. Then, how do you plan to make the Pirate Alliance accept an outsider like me? Suyu asked. Haha, this is why I put you on the wanted list, even though I know you have been wronged. The golden-eyed scholar smiled. The Pirate Alliance only accepts people who have committed the most heinous crimes. You slaughtered the younger generation of the first peerless family, so you are the best candidate. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said thoughtfully, even if I join them, I will be the most ordinary pirate member, right? It will be very difficult to become their core in a short time and influence their actions. The golden-eyed scholar smiled faintly. That will depend on your own ability. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, All right, leave it to me. The golden-eyed scholar gave Suyu an astrolabe and said, The Pirate Alliance was besieged by us last time and suffered heavy casualties. Now they are recruiting new pirate members on a large scale. If you go here and state your identity, you will probably be put in an important position. With the astrolabe in hand, Suyu set off immediately. Biyun Hongxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She said, With Mr. Su's help, Father's grand ambition will soon succeed. The golden-eyed scholar said indifferently, He is just a pawn. My ambition is based on my years of planning. Biyun Hongxian smiled faintly and did not refute. It's just that I have a feeling that Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. The golden-eyed scholar looked at Biyun Hongxian meaningfully and said, Restrain your feelings. A person like him is not worthy of you. Biyun Hongxian asked, What kind of person is worthy of him? You mean the famous, nine-colored, heavenly sovereign? Shaking his head, the golden-eyed scholar said with a smile, Why do you say such things out of anger? What kind of person is the nine-colored heavenly senior? Even the sinful woman was hunted down by him. His words shocked all the people in the galaxy. No matter how blind he is, he will not be interested in our little peerless family. Biyun Hongxian said calmly, Father, it is really difficult for me to be happy. Am I really that unbearable to look at? Haha, in the 7 unique civilizations, you and Princess Pipa are naturally peerless figures. But in the eyes of those big shots, you are just a skeleton. Biyun Hongxian laughed at herself. In short, if you want to find someone, you need to find at least one of the heirs of the 7 unique families. Su Rushu is lacking in all aspects and is far from qualified to be your spouse. Biyun Hongxian's face was calm, but in her heart, she was thinking that if Su Rushu's body was not exhausted, with the powerful combat power that he had used to kill the White Bone Pathmaster, how many of the heirs of the 7 unique families could resist him? Apart from Xia Rukin, the number 1 of the 7 unique civilizations, there should be no one who could rival him, right? However, Biyun Hongxian knew very well that the heirs of the 7 unique families that her father was talking about were actually Xia Rukin. In the eyes of her proud father, only he was worthy of his daughter. Back to Suyu, with the star compass in his hand, he did not rush over immediately. Instead, he looked for a deserted civilization. Come out. He touched the space of the Buddha pearl with his palm, and a flying dragon appeared. It was the evil dragon. Release the power of heaven and earth that you have absorbed. Suyu decided to temper his body here. The evil dragon rolled its eyes and said, My lord, this power of heaven and earth might be a waste if it is just tempering the body. Do you have anything to say? Suyu asked. The evil dragon lowered its head and said respectfully, "My lord, how far have you cultivated the evil dragon Bible?" Hearing this, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had already cultivated the first chapter of the evil dragon Bible, the Nirvana of the evil dragon, to its peak. However, he had not grasped the key point of the second chapter, the evil dragon imperial sky. This Bible was obtained from this evil dragon. Could it be that there was some secret to it that he did not know? Chapter 2196. The dragon laughed evilly. Of course, back when I was being suppressed, I predicted that one day someone would come to snatch the evil dragon Bible. So I purposely changed some of the contents of the book. No wonder. As he spoke, the dragon plucked a scale from his neck. As drops of dragon blood dripped down, the scale floated in front of Su Yu. On the surface of the scales were densely packed words. This is the original version of the evil dragon Bible. Su Yu took the scale and compared it to the original version. Indeed, it was much more exquisite. He studied the nirvana of the evil dragon again and found that it was even more profound. If he used it again, it should be able to increase its power even more. Then he looked at the second chapter, the evil dragon, heavenly defense. After reading it, the second chapter, which had been difficult to comprehend before, immediately made some headway. The dragon said, "I have studied the evil dragon Bible for many years and have gained some insights. Sir, are you willing to listen? Speak." Su Yu's eyes lit up. It had been suppressed for countless years and had nothing else to do. It had been studying this book in its free time. After so many years, its level of comprehension was far beyond that of an ordinary person. According to my understanding, the nirvana of the evil dragon is a basic chapter which is the foundation for later cultivation. If this chapter is not completed, it will be difficult to continue cultivation in the future, the dragon said as it rolled its eyes. Su Yu nodded. During his brief comprehension, just now, he had indeed sensed a weak connection between the second chapter and the first chapter. And then, the first chapter is the foundation, while the second chapter is prepared for the Path Master to strengthen his Tao body. This technique can only be cultivated when breaking through to the Tao body. Once you break through to the Path Master level, it will be useless. Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly confused. The Tao body was already a rare, tough body in the world. There were not many things that could harm it. If it was strengthened, what kind of level would it reach? In the dragon race, there is a physique that surpasses the Tao body. It is called the heavenly dragon body. Throughout history, only the Dragon Emperor has been able to successfully cultivate it. As for the rest of the dragon race, except for a few talented or lucky ones, few have succeeded. However, according to my research, the second chapter of the Evil Dragon Bible was created for the heavenly dragon body. The dragon's eyes were burning with passion. Heavenly dragon body? Su Yu squinted and said, "How strong is this physique?" "Very strong. Ordinary bodies would be crushed by the heavenly dragon body." The Dragon Emperor was able to intimidate the dragon clan, and the heavenly dragon body was one of the things he relied on. Upon hearing this, Su Yu had a thoughtful look on his face. He said, "Keep watch for me." Of course, he was still worried after hearing the evil dragon's words. It was better to rely on himself to comprehend it. Entering the state of time acceleration, Su Yu immediately started to comprehend it. A few months later, under the state of time acceleration, it took him no less than a few hundred years to comprehend the complete evil dragon imperial heaven. Just as the evil dragon had said, the second chapter was tailor-made for the body of Tianlong Taoism. Once the heavenly dragon Tao body was mastered, he wouldn't need to fear the domains of ordinary Tao lords, and he could even rely on his body to destroy domains with brute force. He could be said to be invincible. Su Yu was extremely tempted. As Xiao Chen circulated the dragon blood in his body, he executed the evil dragon's nirvana, transforming into a half-human, half-dragon form and cultivating the evil dragon imperial heaven. At the same time, he ordered the evil dragon to release the power of heaven and earth within the dragon pearl and began to transform. The evil dragon nodded and poured out the power of heaven and earth within the dragon pearl. All of a sudden, Suyu felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, and he was in extreme pain. He subconsciously wanted to shout for it to stop, but if he did, he would never be able to step into the Downlord realm again. Clenching his teeth, Suyu silently endured the drastic changes in his body. First, the bones in his body turned into powder bit by bit. Then his muscles were pulled apart bit by bit, and they were tempered again under the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth. Then his skin cracked inch by inch. In a short moment, his whole body turned into a horrifying, bloody man. However, this was only the beginning. Destruction was followed by reconstruction. The pain of reconstruction was far worse than destruction. His bones, which had turned into powder, absorbed the power of heaven and earth and reformed. One grain reunited with another, then a pile reunited with a piece reunited with a piece, and finally, a strand of strand of strand of strand of strand. The whole process was like reconstruction. The only difference was that his soul was awake now, and the boundless pain stimulated his soul. The changes in his bones alone were enough to make more than half of people faint from the pain. Once they fainted, their Tao transformation would end here. Then it was his muscles which were reforming bit by bit. The process was extremely slow. At the same time, his skin was also reforming. It should have been over in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, but in Suyu's senses, it felt like a whole day had passed. When everything stopped, the dragon body that he had transformed into had changed greatly. The hideous, pitch-black half-dragon body was now completely platinum. His whole body was covered with beautiful platinum scales, which shone brightly in the silent nothingness. It gave people a sense of holiness and majesty. Evil Dragon, who had witnessed the whole process, was overjoyed. It's true. Platinum scales, the symbol of the heavenly dragon body. Suyu thought for a moment, then took out the human demon's Tao body. He clenched a dragon claw and slammed it hard on the human demon's body. Without any resistance, the human demon's body was smashed into pieces by a single punch. Seeing this, Suyu's eyes were filled with joy. Is this the heavenly dragon body? It was unimaginably powerful. Under normal circumstances, even if Suyu had the Tao body, he would at most be on par with the human demon's body. With this body, he believed that he would be able to give many path masters an unexpected surprise. Thank you for the reminder. Suyu looked at Evil Dragon. He could have remained silent. Evil Dragon sighed. Why do I need to thank you? I should be the one thanking you. Let me go and give me the power to recover my cultivation. Same to you. Suyu smiled lightly. What are your plans? He decided to let Evil Dragon live. Looking at the boundless world, Evil Dragon laughed self-mockingly. Where else can I go? If you don't mind, I am willing to follow you. Without much consideration, Suyu agreed. Evil Dragon's comprehension of the Evil Dragon Bible far exceeded that of others. With it, by his side, he should be able to comprehend the scripture even faster. Putting it into the space of the Buddha pearl, Suyu looked at the astrolabe and muttered to himself, Am I a spy in the Pirate Alliance? To be precise, I was originally a member of the Pirate Alliance. Whose spy am I now? With that in mind, he stepped into the void and headed there. Several months later, Heavenly Oasis Civilization, a 6-star civilization that had been occupied by pirates for many years. Outside the civilization, countless pirate ships of all sizes were gathered. Seeing this, Suyu sighed silently. If he wanted to completely destroy the Pirate Alliance, he might have to carry out another large-scale attack like the last time. However, the Pirate Alliance, which had suffered once, would not be easily fooled again. However, as Golden-Eyed Langjun had said, the current Pirate Alliance was madly recruiting pirates. Many void wanderers came to join the Pirate Alliance because of its reputation. Among them, There must be spies from the other 6 families. The Pirate Alliance was aware of this as well. Hence, they set up strict inspections. Chapter 2197. Everyone who joined the pirates had to go through a series of identity checks. If they were suspected of being spies, they would not be able to return. Su Yu asked around and found out that the top 10 pirates were all recruiting. Among them, the Sea Wolves pirates offered the most generous recruitment rewards. The Sea Wolves pirates suffered the most casualties when they were besieged by the 7 civilizations last time. Not only did they lose their main ships and most of the small and medium-sized fleets, but they also lost 2 deputy leaders, leaving only the Sea Wolves Pathmaster. In order to regain their former glory and avoid being annexed by the other 9 great pirates, the Sea Wolves pirates did not hesitate to spend many years to recruit pirates. Therefore, they attracted a considerable number of people to join them. Su Yu pondered for a long time. He was a member of the Sea Wolves pirates before. Now he had committed a major crime in the number 1 civilization. Joining the Sea Wolves pirates now should be the best time to enter their corps. With that in mind, Su Yu immediately set off for the recruitment area of the Sea Wolves pirates. The Sea Wolves pirates, who usually did not show their faces, personally sat in front of a giant ship to observe the identity check and martial strength assessment. Their methods of identity check originated from the way the 7 civilizations identified their enemies. There were 7 jade artifacts on the inspection platform, each of which contained the essence blood of an aristocratic family. As long as someone from the 7 civilizations touched the jade artifact, there would be a corresponding reaction. Of course, if there was a traitor from the 7 civilizations, he would have to declare in advance that he was a member of the 7 civilizations and accept the soul-searching inspection of the Sea Wolves Pathmaster before he could join them. The whole process was simple, but not confusing. It was not difficult to cheat and sneak in. Su Yu joined the queue as a newcomer. When his identity was checked, he easily passed since he did not have the bloodline of the 7 civilizations. Come here and wait for the martial strength assessment. After passing the identity check, someone led him to the other end of the deck. There were already tens of thousands of people gathered there. They were divided into different square formations according to their cultivation. Release your power of desolation and have a look, the guide, who was a half-step pathmaster, said. Su Yu clenched his fist, and a pure power of desolation poured out. Half-step pathmaster. The guide's eyes lit up. What the Sea Wolves pirates lacked most now were elite experts. Come here. His attitude immediately became much gentler, and he led Su Yu to a quiet cabin on the ship. Rows of beautiful pirate girls were moving back and forth, serving the 2 men inside. They were of different ages, one in her 80s and the other in her 40s. Su Yu's entrance naturally attracted their attention. He looked up and was a little surprised. Since he was able to enter this room, it was sufficient to show that he was a half-step Dao Lord. However, a half-step Dao Lord at such a young age should be a top-rate genius fostered by a 7-pinnacle civilization or a 6-star civilization, right? Su Yu, said the guide. The 3 of you should get to know each other. Who knows, you might become colleagues in the future. The guide smiled and closed the cabin door. The old man and the middle-aged man looked at Su Yu with interest. They stood up, cupped their fists, and said, My young friend, you have amazing talents. Su of them. He's Su of the 2. Seeing that although Su Yu was young, he was not arrogant at all. The 2 of them could not help but praise him. He to be. 2. Of 2. With your aptitude, no matter where you go, you will be put in an important position, right? The old man asked curiously. The Su Path I killed of people of the sea, of pirates. The middle-aged. To Su to the men. Of Su. The people. The 1, 2 of the people to Su of. Asked. Su Yu said helplessly, I killed about half of the geniuses of the first peerless family. Su Yu said helplessly, I've probably killed half of the geniuses from the branch of the number 1 peerless family. Are you talking about the first peerless family of the first peerless family? You mean the first peerless family of the 7 civilizations? Yes. The middle-aged man gasped. He looked at Suyu again and asked, "How should I address you?" "Mr. Wuchen." "What?" The old man cried out in surprise. "You are Mr. Wuchen, wanted by the first peerless family for 10 million Dao coins?" The middle-aged man was surprised. "Old Poison, have you heard of him?" "How could I not? His fame has already spread to the nearby 6-star civilizations." The old man looked at Suyu in surprise. "It is said that Mr. Wuchen killed more than 300 geniuses of the first peerless family's branch in the Broken Sky Mountain. He even violated Byun Hongxian and almost got away with it." "Wait." Suyu blinked. If he said he killed the disciple of the first peerless family's branch, he would admit it. If he said he killed more than 300 people, fine, he would admit it. But he violated Byun Hongxian? The accusation that the golden-eyed Lang Jun made up was too unreliable. "I heard that he almost got away with it. He had stripped Byun Hongxian naked and was about to do it when the enraged elders arrived. He had no choice but to flee. I also heard that among the 300 geniuses he killed, none of the beautiful women could escape his clutches." Suyu's forehead was full of black lines. Could he be any more outrageous? Had he already been identified by the outside world as a homicidal maniac and a lecher? "Mr. Wuchen, look at your face. Are these rumors wrong?" The middle-aged man asked. What could Suyu say? That the golden-eyed Lang Jun was spreading fake news? More or less, Suyu said with a stiff face. The old man and the middle-aged man looked at him with admiration. "Mr. Wuchen is really a role model for us pirates. I heard that Byun Hongxian is as beautiful as a fairy. Many people would be envious of you if you could get close to her." Suyu's lips twitched. These 2 shameless old men. "May I ask who you are?" The old man laughed hoarsely. "I am Poison, Oracle. I am not as famous as Old Poison. I am Tian Shui Swordsman." Suyu greeted the 2 of them. Both of them had a good impression of Suyu. Moreover, they were new pirates and would inevitably be ostracized by the older pirates. Hence, they wanted to mend their relationship with Suyu and form an alliance. "There is still some time before the martial arts assessment. How about we discuss the martial path?" Poison Oracle asked. Tian Shui, swordsman, clapped his hands and laughed. "That's exactly what I was thinking." The time they had spent cultivating was far longer than Suyu's. In terms of martial arts experience, they were naturally superior to Suyu. However, when it came to the actual discussion, Poison Oracle and Tian Shui, swordsman, gradually quietened down. They turned to listen to Suyu's explanations. Every time they discussed the difficulties of the martial path, they would gain new insights from Suyu's explanations. Gradually, they could not help but turn their bodies sideways, like students listening to a teacher's lecture. Suyu only stopped when there was a commotion outside the cabin. He then said with a faint smile, "Why don't we end today's martial arts discussion and continue on another day?" Poison Oracle and Tian Shui, swordsman, suddenly returned to reality from their discussion. They felt a sense of loss. Tian Shui, swordsman, cupped his fists and said, "Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. Poison Oracle also sighed with emotion. "I have cultivated for my whole life, but my understanding of the martial path is still inferior to you. I am truly ashamed." Suyu laughed softly. "Seniors, you are flattering me. I just happen to know some things. It's nothing." Seeing that Suyu was so knowledgeable about the martial path, yet he was still so modest, the 2 of them admired him from the bottom of their hearts. It was no wonder that he could achieve such great achievements at such a young age. Creak! At that moment, the door was pushed open. The guide brought in a young man who looked like he was in his 30s. His whole body was like a stone. His hair was like threads of mud, and his eyes were like 2 purple gems. The most unique thing about him was the broadsword on his back. The stone sword. Tian Shui swordsman and poison oracle cried out in surprise when they saw this person. They immediately stood up and greeted him. Lord Stone Sword, you are here too. Su Yu was surprised. Is this person famous? He stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. However, the Stone Sword was an extremely arrogant person. He nodded at the three of them indifferently, then took a seat alone and ignored everyone else. Su Yu and the other two were snubbed. They returned to their seats, awkwardly. Who is the Stone Sword? Su Yu asked. Poison Oracle looked at Su Yu in surprise. You don't know him? He is already a being whose body and soul have been transformed. He is only a step away from becoming a Pathmaster. His ability can be ranked in the top 100 among the 10 million civilizations in the vicinity. Of course, the top 100 was because there were no Pathmasters participating in the ranking. That's right. Tian Shui swordsman said. His ability is powerful not only because of his Taoist body and soul. He has a trace of the bloodline of the Heavenly Stone clan, an upper-class race. The power of that stone sword is not inferior to a Taoist artifact's very embryo. In a real battle, there are no more than 100 people below the Pathmaster who can defeat him. Su Yu suddenly understood. His Taoist body and soul had been transformed at the same time. He wondered if he could withstand a blow from his heavenly dragon Taoist body. Half a day later, the cabin door was opened again. The person who led them was a young girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. Her face was carved from jade and was extremely beautiful. She was as lovable as a porcelain doll. A pink lotus flower was blooming on her forehead. Poison Oracle and Tian Shui swordsman were shocked once again. The Star Lady of the Lotus Sacred Star, a 6-star civilization? Even the arrogant sword in the stone frowned when he saw this woman. Traces of battle intent appeared in his eyes. This time, before Su Yu could ask, Poison Oracle lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Oh my God, I've seen a ghost!" A famous playboy like the Stone Sword is willing to join the pirates, but even the Star Lady of the Lotus Sacred Star is here. Tian Shui swordsman said, I heard that the Lotus Sacred Star only elects a Star Lady every 100 years. Why would such an important person join the pirates? Tian Shui swordsman said, the Lotus Sacred Star only elects a Star Lady every 100 years. Why would such an important person join the pirates? The Lotus Sacred Star was an existence whose ability far surpassed a 6-star civilization, but was slightly weaker than a 7-star civilization. The Star Lady was an iconic figure who led an era, and the Sacred Star often poured a lot of effort into her. The Star Lady was an iconic figure who led an era, and the Sacred Star had invested a great deal of effort into her. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The Sea Wolves pirates alone had sent so many top talents whose names were unknown. Could it be that there was an unknown reason behind it? Chapter 2198. Hello, everyone. The Star Lady smiled at them in a lively manner. The Sky Snow Swordsman and the Poisonous Mathematician responded politely, while Su Yu nodded with a smile. Since you've all met each other, let's go to see the leader now. He will personally observe your martial arts test. The guide smiled warmly. Everyone nodded slightly, and there wasn't much change in their expressions. With their cultivations, joining the Sea Wolves pirates was a sure thing. The only difference was that the 5 of them would be assigned different positions. As far as they knew, every group of pirates usually had 2 deputy leaders and 10 helm masters. The deputy leader's power was second only to the leader, while the helm masters had to listen to the deputy leader's orders and control a fleet. Among the 5 of them, only 2 could become deputy leaders, while the other 3 would be reduced to helm masters. None of them were willing to listen to another person while being a half-step pathmaster. Therefore, in the following martial arts test, Su Yu, the Sky Snow Swordsman, and the others wouldn't hold back. Led by the guide, they came to the deck. On the spacious deck, there was an arena which had been sealed by the Pathmaster. All the experts could compete on it. Above the arena, there was a throne floating in the air. Sitting on the throne was Sea Wolf Dow Master, who was frowning. The Sea Wolves pirates had suffered a great loss in the battle several years ago. They still didn't show any signs of recovering. On the other hand, Xiaxiaye had the foresight to lead her pirates out of the encirclement first. She had escaped unscathed. Now, Xiaxiaye was the #1 pirate among the top 10 pirates, and she seemed to be dominating the pirate alliance. In theory, this open recruitment of pirates should be an opportunity for her to turn the tables. However, what made Sea Wolf Dow Master despair was that he had heard that several famous geniuses in the nearby starfields had chosen to join Xiaxiaye. This made it difficult for Sea Wolf Dow Master to feel happy. "Leader, I've brought them here." Sea Wolf Dow Master came back to his senses and looked at Suyu. He was slightly taken aback. He naturally remembered Suyu, the half-step Pathmaster who had overdrafted his body, picked up by his 2 former deputy leaders. He had thought that Suyu had died in the battle. He didn't expect that Suyu was still alive and had appeared in front of him again. A calm look flashed across his eyes as he looked at the other 2. When he discovered that it was the rather famous poisonous mathematician and sky snowblades man, his gloomy face revealed a trace of a smile. There were still 2 good seedlings. When he looked at the sword in the stone, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Sword in the stone. A half-step Dow Lord ranked in the top 100. Such a person actually defected to him? Dow Lord Sea Wolf was overjoyed. However, when he looked at the Star Maiden at the end, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly stood up from his throne with wild joy in his heart. Star Girl? Every generation's Star Lady of the Lotus Sacred Star was at least in the top 20. His strength was comparable to any of the heirs of any of the 7 ultimate civilizations. Such a person actually came to seek refuge with him? After all, he was a Taoist master. After a brief moment of ecstasy, he quickly regained his composure and said calmly, let the examination begin." With a flick of his sleeve, a stone tablet appeared. Light flowed on the surface of the steel, and wisps of spatial energy spread out from it. "Draw lots to determine the order." Dow Lord Sea Wolf waved his hand, and 5 shining jade slips appeared. There is a number on each of them from 1 to 5. The number you get will determine your rank in the examination. Do you have any objections? Everyone was silent for a while. The sword in the stone jumped into the air and grabbed one of the jade slips. After erasing the radiance on it, it showed the number 3. Then it was the Star Maiden's turn. She grabbed the jade slips on the rightmost side, and the radiance on it disappeared, revealing the number 4. He, the 4th. Sky Snowblades Man and Poisonous Mathematician each took 1 jade slips. They were ranked 2nd and 1st, respectively. Only 1 jade slips was left, and it was obvious that Suyu was ranked 5th. After the ranking was done, Poisonous Mathematician went to the front of the steel and placed his hand on it. The rotating radiance immediately sucked him in. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Poisonous Mathematician fell out of the steel in a sorry state. He was gasping for breath, and there were many wounds on his body. Tick! A series of numbers appeared on the steel behind him. It showed that he had a strength of 1,800 points. Sea Wolf Path Master nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Inside the steel are 9 remnant shadows that I left behind, and each of them represents a stage of my strength. You will fight with my remnant shadows from the past, from the weakest to the strongest, until you are defeated and fall out of the steel. Based on your performance in the steel, your strength will be automatically evaluated. Sea Wolf Pathmaster explained the rules. The arrogant sword in the stone asked, "What if I defeat all of your remnant shadows?" Upon hearing this, Sea Wolf Pathmaster didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. "If you are really that capable, I will let you be the leader. The ninth remnant shadow in the steel was none other than Sea Wolf Pathmaster. Who could fight him who was at the level of a Pathmaster? The second one began. Sky Snow Bladesman entered, and after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he came out in a sorry state. He shook his head at the crowd with a bitter smile. The steel behind him let out a tick, and the number 2,100 appeared. I'm sorry. Sky Snow Bladesman laughed at himself. He was quite satisfied with his overall performance in the steel. He even revealed that he was stronger than Poison Calculator. However, with people like the Sword in the Stone and Star Lady in front of him, his strength was not enough. Not bad. Sea Wolf Pathmaster gave a positive evaluation. He then looked at the Sword in the Stone with anticipation. Next, the Sword in the Stone. The Sword in the Stone stepped into the steel expressionlessly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was still no movement from him. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, the steel's vortex finally shook violently. Suddenly, a sharp sword chi shot out from the inside. The Sword in the Stone held the stone, sword with both hands, and held it horizontally across his chest as he flew out. Poison Calculator and Sky Snowbladesman were secretly shocked. He had lasted twice as long as them, which meant that he had defeated more remnant shadows. Tick! A string of shocking numbers flashed on the steel. 4,700. That was more than twice as long as them. 2 times more. Sky Snowbladesman swallowed his saliva and looked at the Sword in the Stone with deep respect. As expected of the famous Sword in the Stone, his combat strength was just too strong. He and Poison Calculator were no match for the Sword in the Stone, even if they worked together. Great! Sea Wolf Pathmaster clapped his hands and laughed. He was extremely satisfied. Back then, Jiang Nanyue and Du Buchan, the 2 deputy leaders, only had slightly more than 3,000 martial strength. The Sword in the Stone was just too much stronger than them. The Sword in the Stone shook his head regretfully. I'm not good enough. He was still not satisfied with such results, which showed how high his expectations were. Next, Star Lady. Sea Wolf Pathmaster's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 2199. Time passed little by little. 1 incense stick's worth of time. 2 incense sticks worth of time. Everyone became nervous. The longer she stayed inside, the stronger her potential was. 2 incense sticks worth of time was enough to prove that her combat power wasn't inferior to the stone sword. However, there was still no sign of her coming out. At the 3rd incense stick's worth of time, a fragrant wind came from inside, and the Star Maiden walked out with a smile on her face. 3 incense sticks worth of time. The stone sword stared at the stone tablet with a gloomy face. The Sky Snow Bladesman, Poison Mathematician, and the Sea Wolf Pathmaster all stared at the stone tablet without blinking. How powerful would her combat power be if she could stay inside for 3 incense sticks worth of time? Beep! With a crisp sound, a series of clear words appeared on the screen. 7,000. The stone sword hugged the stone sword in his arms tightly when he saw the number. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. 7,000 wasn't just higher than him, it was far higher than him. If they really fought, he probably wouldn't be a match for the Star Maiden. Great! That's great! The Sea Wolf Pathmaster stood up and said excitedly, Star Maiden, are you sure you want to join the Sea Wolves Pirates? It's not too late for you to change your mind. If you really join us, it'll be difficult for you to change your mind. The Star Maiden blinked her eyes and said, Of course I'm sure. The Sea Wolf Pathmaster was overjoyed. Great! Now I will confer you as... As he spoke, he noticed Suyu, who hadn't been tested yet. He furrowed his brows slightly because he didn't think Suyu could pass the test. Suyu wasn't famous among the half-step Pathmasters, and his body was exhausted, which meant he was half a cripple. What was the point of such a person passing the test? Could he take on the responsibility of a Helm Master? It would be difficult, wouldn't it? However, he couldn't refuse in front of so many people, so he said, "The last one is Su Rushu." Su nodded and stepped into the stone tablet. The poison mathematician smiled. He wasn't the last one, as Suyu was still the last one. The stone sword snorted. What a waste of time. The Star Maiden, who was next to him, was shaking her long white legs in boredom as she waited for the result. In everyone's opinion, the waiting time would not be too long. At most, it would be less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Suyu bore their words in mind, then entered the vortex expressionlessly. There was an independent space inside, and it was a dusky world. Here comes another one. An impatient sigh entered his ears. He glanced sideways and saw a young man who bore a resemblance to the Sea-Wolf Tao Lord. He was about 100 years old. He could be considered a young Sea-Wolf Tao Lord. His cultivation base had barely reached the half-step Tao Lord realm, but he had yet to attain the Tao transformation realm. Make your move. The previous 4 all succeeded in challenging me within 10 breaths of time. Let's see how you fare. The afterimage said. The natural laws within his body surged and shot out with chi-law sounds. So you didn't even look at it. With a wave of his space law, the law was shattered and the remnant shadow was destroyed. Not more than a breath's time had passed. The afterimage shattered, and the surroundings turned blood red. The one who appeared was Sea-Wolf Tao Lord, who had more than half of his body transformed into Tao. Judging from his age, he should be close to 200 years old. Oh, another one. All right, let's see what you can do. The other party sneered and sent a palm strike over. The palm strike contained traces of the Tao Lord's intent, and it was extremely intimidating. Su Yu's expression didn't change. He raised a finger and touched the other party lightly. The 200-year-old Sea-Wolf Tao Lord turned into dust and drifted away. Next, the surroundings changed once again, and they appeared on the ruined battlefield. The Sea-Wolf Tao Lord, who was draped in a red cloak and surrounded by blood energy, appeared. He must have been 300 years old when his body had completely transformed into Tao. You're quite powerful. You're so young, yet you managed to come this far. It's enough to show that your talent is greater than mine in the past, the cloaked Sea-Wolf Tao Lord praised. Poison Oracle and the Sky Snow Swordsman managed to resist me for half an incense stick's worth of time. Let's see how long you can last. He clenched his right fist and struck out. The peerless aura of a Tao Lord was fierce and destructive. Ordinary half-step Tao Lords had already fled in panic under the deterrence of the Tao body. They didn't dare to resist it at all. Even Poison Oracle and the Sky Snow Swordsman had to exert their full strength to resist it. Only Su Yu's expression was calm as usual. He still extended a finger and pointed it at the Sea-Wolf Tao Lord. Beat! The cloaked Sea-Wolf Tao Lord cried out in alarm as he was crushed into pieces. In front of the heavenly dragon Tao body, the body of a Tao Lord was just like a piece of paper. Next, the scene changed abruptly, and Suyu appeared in a lightning pool. He saw a 500-year-old Sea-Wolf Tao Lord in the lightning pool, tempering his soul with thunderbolts. More than half of his soul had been transformed into Tao. Was this a competition of Tao souls? Not bad. You're so young, yet you can defeat me from 500 years ago? The Sea-Wolf Tao Lord was full of praise. If you can continue to grow, you will have a great chance of becoming a Tao Lord. However, you have to pass through me first. The Sea-Wolf Tao Lord jumped out of the lightning pool. He pointed a finger at the space between his eyebrows, and an invisible soul energy swept over like a tide. If Suyu didn't resist it, he would faint on the spot. Soul! Suyu's eyes widened as he released his Tao soul. Boom! The Sea-Wolf Tao Lord's soul wave was directly penetrated. The Sea-Wolf Tao Lord's body shook, and his eyes were full of shock. Not only your body, but your soul has also been transformed into Tao. He was extremely surprised and said, "Your strength is second only to the Star Lady. Congratulations! You have defeated my fourth remnant shadow." After saying that, he disappeared on his own accord. The next moment, heaven and earth were overturned, and he appeared on a boundless sea. The 1,000-year-old sea wolf Tao Lord was capturing strange creatures in the sea to transform his soul. His soul had been completely transformed into Tao. Sensing Su Yu's arrival, he stood up in surprise. "You've come to the 5th stage? You're quite powerful for your age." Su Yu said calmly, "Don't say any unnecessary words. Let's begin." Shaking his head slightly, the sea wolf Tao Lord said, "Your soul is only half transformed, and you're far from being a match for me." After saying that, his eyes opened abruptly, and a powerful soul spear shot towards Su Yu. Su Yu's face was calm, and a crack appeared between his eyebrows, like a reincarnated eye. All of a sudden, the soul spear was devoured. What secret technique is this? The sea wolf Tao Lord was shocked. A spear formed by a Tao soul could destroy any soul body below the level of a path master. However, Su Yu devoured it directly? He didn't know that this was the soul space of the heaven's sun gazing at air technique, which could even suppress the soul of a path master. What could a mere spear formed by a Tao soul do? His eyes flickered, and he bowed deeply to Su Yu. "You've won. After you go out, please tell me your true strength. I can't miss a talent like you." Su Yu nodded indifferently and said calmly, "Next." Chapter 2200. The next person to appear was Tao Lord Sea Wolf, who had cultivated for 1,500 years. At this moment, he had successfully comprehended part of the domain. "It's truly incredible that you were able to reach this stage at your age." Tao Master Sea Wolf was shocked. He had only cultivated for a little over 100 years, yet he was able to surpass Tao Lord Sea Wolf, who had cultivated for over 1,000 years. His potential was evident. "Regardless of whether you can resist my domain or not, you can still be proud of yourself." Sea Wolf Tao Master praised, "Get ready." Illusions appear behind him, and images of a gigantic sea wolf rampaging through the star field and devouring many civilizations appeared. That was his domain, the sea wolf domain. "Heavenly dragon, Taoist body." Su Yu shouted in a low voice and turned into a half-dragon that was shining with golden light. With a sweep of his dragon tail, the sea wolf domain was shattered with a smack. His heavenly dragon Tao body was only at initial success, and he had only comprehended half of Sea Wolf Tao Master's domain. It was not difficult to shatter it. Unbelievable. Sea Wolf Tao Master's eyes widened. That Astral Maiden is nothing more than this. The Star Maiden also defeated him. However, compared to Su Yu, the Star Maiden didn't just use all her power. She also spent a long time on it. How could he be like Su Yu, who could easily defeat him? Next. Su Yu said indifferently, "You still want to continue." Tao Lord Sea Wolf was shocked. However, this space had been set up long ago. As long as Su Yu didn't take the initiative to leave, the afterimages of the Sea Wolf Path Master of different ages would appear continuously. The afterimage in front of him quickly dissipated and was replaced by a slightly weathered middle-aged man who looked very similar to the current Sea Wolf Tao Lord. He was Sea Wolf Tao Lord who had reached the domain realm of laws. To a certain extent, it was the limit of the half-step Tao Lord realm, and he could break through into the Tao Lord realm at any moment if he wanted to. The afterimage that appeared was silently cultivating. When he suddenly saw Su Yu, he couldn't help but be surprised. Another one. The Star Maiden came not long ago and was defeated by him. Unexpectedly, another one came, and he didn't look much older than the Star Lady. "Where are you from? Can you tell me your background?" Sea Wolf Tao Master, who had cultivated for more than 2,000 years, asked with a complicated expression. 100 years of cultivation for others was equivalent to nearly 2,000 years of cultivation for him. It could really be said that comparing oneself to others was infuriating. You're just an afterimage, so what's the point of knowing so much? Suyu said calmly. He maintained his half-dragon body and took the initiative to attack. Courageous! Sea Wolf Daelord's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily as he activated the complete Sea Wolf domain. A gigantic wolf that was as tall as the sky suddenly rushed over with a cold glint in its eyes. Suyu wasn't afraid at all. His opponent hadn't reached the level of a path master yet, so the might of his domain was limited. Dao, the heavenly dragon's body of the way of the heavenly dragon, was not afraid of his opponent's domain at all. His dragon claws pierced through the domain. Although he was sent flying by the domain, he was not seriously injured. Moreover, it was Suyu's first time using the heavenly dragon's Taoist body, so he was a little unfamiliar with it. However, in the following battles he became more and more familiar with it and gradually gained the upper hand. Dragon, Dao Lord Si to be Hitu. Su Wolf Dao Su Dragon. After a long time his realm, after he was of Sea of Dao Lord Si, had suffered years. However, he had won. He had Dao Lord. Dao Lord defeated by Dao Star God Realm. Defeated. Dragon Star. Dao Lord had time. He, Star of God defeated. This time he had been defeated by Suyu, and he had suffered a devastating blow. There were indeed geniuses in this world that ordinary people couldn't understand. You won. Dao Lord Seawolf looked at Suyu. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me give you a piece of advice." "Stop." Suyu didn't speak. He just listened. "The current me may still admire you, but in the future, my original self may not be able to tolerate you." People had different beliefs at different times in their lives. 2,000 years ago, Dao Lord Seawolf might have been tolerant of juniors who had overtaken him. However, the current Dao Lord Seawolf wouldn't tolerate anyone threatening his position. Therefore, it was best for Suyu to stop here. "Thank you for reminding me," Suyu said. He didn't intend to continue the challenge. The next one to appear would be Dao Lord Seawolf. In his current state, Suyu was no match for him, unless his body recovered. Powerful vitality surged out of his body to heal his injuries. Then he left this space without hesitation. Little did he know the outside world was in chaos. He thought Suyu wouldn't be able to last more than 30 minutes. However, he didn't show up for 2 hours. The sword in the stone, who was already impatient, said, Dao Lord Seawolf, he probably died in there. I don't think we need to wait for a nobody like him." He didn't hide his contempt for Suyu at all. He called Suyu a nobody. The sky snow swordsman and the poisonous mathematician frowned slightly. They were the ones who knew Suyu better than anyone else here. Given Suyu's profound martial arts theories, they wondered whether Suyu could persist until now. However, when they looked at the Star Maiden, they rejected such a ridiculous idea. Even the Star Maiden could only persist for 2.5 hours. Could Suyu surpass her? It was very likely that he would die in there. The Star Lady's nonchalant face suddenly showed a hint of curiosity. She had witnessed the strength of the 2,000-year-old Dao Lord Seawolf. To be honest, almost no one could defeat him. Could Suyu contend with him for so long? It was more likely that he would die in there, right? Only Dao Lord Seawolf knew clearly that no one could die in that space. The residual shadow he left behind could only seriously injure someone. However, it was entirely possible that Suyu was seriously injured and unconscious. He also didn't think that Suyu could persist for so long. It's almost time. I'll bring him back personally. Dao Lord Seawolf felt that he was being extra cautious by waiting for 2 hours. He was about to open the stone tablet. Suddenly, the light distorted, and Suyu walked out of it unscathed. The stone sword snorted softly. "Did you sleep soundly in there?" There was a hint of blame in his words. Su-yu looked at him and felt that this was strange. Since when did he sleep in this place? The Sky Snow Swordsman and the poisonous mathematician looked at him comfortingly and told him not to be discouraged. Dao Lord Sea Wolf was slightly startled. He looked at Su-yu with disappointment. He didn't expect Su-yu to be unconscious in there. Dao Lord Sea Wolf had many doubts about Su-yu's ability to survive the previous siege. It's good that you're back. Of course. Dao Lord Sea Wolf didn't show any unusual expression on his face. He said, don't be discouraged. If you work hard in the future, you might be able to catch up with them. Do you understand? Catch up with them? Su-yu suddenly understood why everyone was behaving strangely. It was probably because he had stayed in there for too long that they had misunderstood him. He didn't argue with them, but said, I will continue to work hard. Chapter 2201. Dao Lord Sea Wolf nodded lightly. Yes, you are worth teaching. He looked at Su-yu, then at the stone sword and the Star Maiden. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The disparity between two people was really great. The stone sword and the Star Maiden, who were both youngsters of the same generation, were far superior to Su-yu. The former two would surely become path masters in the future, while Su-yu's chances were slim. Since the martial strength assessment is complete, I'll give you the corresponding positions according to your martial strength. Sea Wolf Dao Lord looked at Star Maiden and the sword and the stone with a gratified expression. Using force to determine one's position was the fairest method. He believed that no one would object to this. The Sky Snow Swordsman and Poison Mathematician could only feel envy. They had originally thought that they would most likely be given the position of vice leader when they joined the Sea Wolf's pirates. Unexpectedly, the sword and the stone and the Star Lady, the favored ones, came one after another. They could only stay at the back and assume the position of branch leader. Star Maiden's expression was calm, but the sword and the stone had a hint of arrogance on its face. DD. At this moment, a series of numbers appeared on the stone tablet. The Sea Wolf Path Master didn't even look at Su-yu, as he had already assumed that Su-yu's martial prowess was quite low. He then said, I have 2 vacant deputy leaders, and one of them will be taken by the Star Maiden. He looked at Star Maiden and frowned slightly. Star Maiden wasn't listening to him. Instead, she was staring at the stone tablet without blinking. On such an important occasion, she was distracted by his affairs. Even though Sea Wolf Dao Master admired her, he was still very displeased. He was about to say something when he suddenly realized that the sword in the stone, Sky Snow Swordsman, Poison Mathematician, and the others were staring at the stone tablet with peculiar gazes. There was confusion, and shock. Dao Lord Sea Wolf was slightly stunned. He looked at the stone tablet and muttered, 19,000. He suspected that he was seeing things and subconsciously looked at it again. After confirming that it was really 19,000, he couldn't help but be stunned. Even someone as famous as the Star Maiden only had 7,000. What was going on with 19,000? The space was set up by him, so he understood the meaning of numbers. He understood it the best. 19,000. That was close to the strength of a Dao Lord. There were practically no half-step Dao Lords in the territories ruled by the 7 terminal civilizations that possessed such terrifying martial prowess. Could Su-yu, a half-crippled man who had overexerted himself, do it? That's impossible. His instincts told him that something must have gone wrong with the steel. What the hell? The sword and the stone shook his head. You can even cheat in this kind of test. His tone was filled with disappointment towards Sea Wolf Dao Lord. After the Heavenly Snow, Swordsman, and Poisonous Mathematician came back to their senses, they also felt that Su-yu had most likely found a trick. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to have such a high martial power. Only the Star Maiden looked at Su-yu, lost in her thoughts. The Sea Wolf Path Master came back to his senses and looked deeply at Su-yu. He furrowed his brows and asked, Su-rushu, can you tell me how you did it? Hearing his questioning tone, Suyu asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Then may I ask, leader, apart from martial arts, did you set up any other shortcuts to pass this stage?" Does he mean that Sea Wolf Tao Lord doesn't even trust the things he set up? Tao Master Sea Wolf's eyes darkened slightly. Of course not. Suyu stood there silently, not saying another word. Sea Wolf Tao Lord knew what to do next. If he denied Suyu's power, it would be the same as denying himself. He probably couldn't bring himself to do this in front of everyone. After a moment of silence, Seawolf Pathmaster looked at Suyu with a profound look in his eyes and said, "The second deputy leader, Su Rushi." "Thank you, leader," Suyu said as he cupped his fists. The people present all had different expressions on their faces. The heavenly snow, swordsman, and poisonous mathematician were both envious and sighing. Suyu was the only one who could become a deputy leader by cheating. After a moment of confusion, the stone sword revealed deep anger. How could a person whom he disdained to look at directly replace him as the deputy leader? The funniest thing was that Seawolf Pathmaster approved of Suyu's obviously unreasonable martial power. Only the Star Maiden gracefully curtsied to Suyu. "Deputy Leader Su, please take care of me in the future." Suyu replied calmly, "No problem." Hearing his impolite tone, everyone cursed him inwardly. Even the Star Maiden's forehead couldn't help but twitch. Isn't this Su Rushu too arrogant? With her strength, who else could take care of her except the Pathmaster? The Sea Wolf Pathmaster said expressionlessly, "The Stone Sword will be the First Fleet's Helmmaster. The Heavenly Snow Swordsman will be the Second Fleet's Helmmaster. And Poisonous Mathematician will be the Third Fleet's Helmmaster." The others didn't mind it, but the Stone Sword clenched his fist secretly. His heart was full of resentment. "Fine, you can go and have a rest. Someone will arrange rooms for you. When the recruitment is over, I will publicly award you the identity seal," the Sea Wolf Pathmaster said. After everyone left, his eyes flickered, and he immediately checked the stone tablet to find traces of Suyu's cheating. Suyu and the others went to their own cabins under the arrangement of the guide. Suyu's cabin was quite ordinary, and it didn't seem like the residence of a deputy leader at all. "Deputy Leader Su, if you have any instructions, you can tell me at any time." The guide was a pretty woman who wore a 5-crown crown. She had a charming look on her face. She took out the communication jade charm and handed it to Suyu before leaving the cabin with a smile. Then she came to the front of the cabin of the Sea Wolf Pathmaster and bowed in front of the door. "Leader, according to your instructions, Su Rushu has been settled in an ordinary cabin. Only people below the level of Helmmaster could live in ordinary cabins. Helmmasters usually lived in high-class cabins. As for the deputy leaders, they should live in the best cabins." The Sea Wolf Pathmaster's intention was obvious by arranging a cabin for Suyu that wasn't even comparable to a Helmmaster's. Did he say anything? The Sea Wolf Pathmaster asked thoughtfully as he fumbled with the stone tablet in the room. The pretty woman shook her head slightly and said regretfully, "No." The Sea Wolf Pathmaster's intention was quite simple. He hoped that Suyu would back off. It would be better if Suyu became indignant because of the poor treatment and made a fuss. Then he would have an honorable reason to expel Suyu. It was a pity that Suyu didn't have such an excuse. After a pause, the pretty woman said, "Leader, if you want to expel Suyu, you just need to say something and he won't dare to stay, right?" The Sea Wolf Pathmaster said calmly, "Now is the time for recruitment. If I expel a deputy leader for no reason, who do you think will dare to work for me?" Upon hearing this, the pretty woman suddenly understood. If the Sea Wolf Pathmaster got the bad reputation of not valuing talents and expelling people at will, any ambitious person would choose to work for the other 9 pirate leaders instead of him. For the next few days, treat him as you should. Don't give others a reason to talk about you. I hope he knows his place and leaves on his own accord. Don't occupy the position of the stone sword for nothing. the Sea Wolf Pathmaster said. The pretty woman sighed silently. If he were Suyu, he would have left long ago. Why should he stay here and wait for others to decide? Since he had something to do during the day, he could only make up for it at 5 o'clock the next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he could make up for it at noon, depending on the situation, and then at 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 2202. After settling down, Suyu immediately started to comprehend the realm, not letting go of any opportunity to improve himself. Several days later, the voices of Tian Shui swordsman and poison mathematician could be heard from outside the cabin. Deputy Leader Su, we have come to congratulate you. Su, you stopped cultivating and opened the door to let them in. Deputy Leader Su, you have become a deputy leader at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you. Poison mathematician said with a smile as he handed over a gift. Tian Shui, swordsman, handed over a knife. This is a divine weapon that I have made myself. I hope it can catch your eye. You're too kind. Su, you accepted it generously. The two gifts were of no use to Suyu, but the meaning behind them was important. Ever since he had become a deputy leader, no one had come to visit him. Tian Shui, swordsman, and poison mathematician were the only ones. Haha, I hope, Deputy Leader, Su can guide us in the future. Poison mathematician said with a smile. Suyu smiled without saying anything. He could see the look in Sea Wolf Pathmaster's eyes. He was very reluctant to give up the position of deputy leader. It was hard to say whether he would be able to use him in the future. After setting up a table of wine, Suyu took out wine that contained absolute beginning energy and served them. After drinking it, the two of them turned pale with fright. Absolute beginning energy? That's the Pathmaster's favorite thing. Tian Shui swordsman was surprised. Poison mathematician was also shocked. Deputy Leader Su, you really hide your strength well. Absolute beginning energy is the best thing for the Pathmaster to use to nurture the Pathmaster's power. It's hard to get, but you have a whole pot here? Oh, does absolute beginning energy have such an effect? It makes sense. The desolate power of the divine warriors of heaven and earth couldn't be transformed from spiritual energy. Not to mention the Pathmaster's power. Absolute beginning energy was the source of all things, and it could be transformed into anything. It wasn't strange for a Pathmaster to transform it into absolute beginning energy. Deputy Leader Su, it's a waste to give us this absolute beginning energy. Why don't you offer it to Sea Wolf Pathmaster? Maybe he'll look up to you, Poison Mathematician kindly reminded him. Tian Shui swordsman nodded in agreement and said hesitantly, in my opinion, Sea Wolf Pathmaster seems to have some complaints about you. Why don't you take the initiative to improve your relationship? They could still see that Suyu wasn't in an important position. Hearing the kindness of the two, Suyu smiled. I have been cultivating for so long, and I have relied on a rebellious will to get to where I am today. If I were to lower my head to others for the sake of my future, it would be difficult for me to advance my path. The Sky Snow Swordsman and Poison Calculator exchanged glances and sighed. After cultivating to the half-step Downlord realm, wouldn't have their own defiance intent. However, they could turn the tide for a while. Going against the world was extremely difficult. It was no wonder that Suyu was able to achieve so much, even though he was at such an important juncture. After a moment of silence, the Sky Snowblades man let out a sigh and said, Vice Leader Su, I'll be honest with you. Actually, a day ago, Sea Wolf Pathmaster invited us to hold an appointment ceremony. Both Poisonous Diviner and I received the seal of a branch leader. Star Maiden and the Sword in the Stone are also participating. Su, you was the only one who seemed to have been forgotten. The dignified deputy leader candidate was actually not notified. Poison Calculator also sighed. Although the Sword in the Stone is holding the seal of a branch leader, as far as I know, he is now living in the deputy leader's cabin, which should have belonged to you. In such a stark contrast, the The grievances Su Yu had suffered were evident. Su Yu's face was calm and unruffled. Sea Wolf Pathmaster's intention of driving him away was quite obvious. He was just short of saying it himself. Should he withdraw from the Sea Wolf's pirates now? Wouldn't that be exactly what Sea Wolf Pathmaster wanted? Moreover, among all the pirates, only Sea Wolf Pathmaster lacked the position of deputy leader. Even if the other pirates joined them, it would be difficult for them to get a high position. Vice Leader Su, you must be careful in the future. Don't let others get hold of your weakness, the Sky Snowbladesman said. If Su Yu really did get hold of his weakness, he would be demoted at the very least, and he might even be erased by Sea Wolf Pathmaster. Thank you for your heartfelt words. I'll keep them in mind, Su Yu said. I know what I should do next. The reason why he was in such a predicament was that Sea Wolf Pathmaster had doubts about Su Yu's strength. If he could show his strength that could crush the Sword in the Stone and the Star Lady, the difficulty would be easily solved. As long as he could gain Sea Wolf Pathmaster's trust, he could smoothly complete his undercover plan and find out the whereabouts of the sinful Lady Palace. In the following days, Su Yu didn't take the initiative to meet Sea Wolf Pathmaster to ask for the seal. Instead, he stayed at home and cultivated quietly to improve his strength. He was able to keep his composure, but the Sword in the Stone was getting more and more restless. As time went by, his status as the captain of the First Fleet was getting more and more stable. If he didn't find a way, he would really take over the Helm Master's position. These days, he had been trying to find trouble with Su Yu and take the opportunity to drive Su Yu away by creating trouble. With Sea Wolf Pathmaster's help, this method was almost guaranteed to succeed. However, Su Yu didn't show up, so he couldn't do anything to him even if he wanted to. In desperation, he could only seek an audience with Sea Wolf Pathmaster and state his purpose. Leader, please uphold justice for me. How could a person who cheated occupy the position that belonged to him? Sea Wolf Pathmaster frowned slightly. He had deliberately created so many injustices, but Su Yu was still tolerating it. After a moment of silence, Sea Wolf Pathmaster said slowly, Fine, there is one thing I want to announce. I should be able to use this opportunity to kick him away smoothly. The Sword in the Stone's heart tightened. For several days, Sea Wolf Pathmaster had been discussing something with the other 9 great pirates. The discussion had lasted for a whole day. They had just finished the discussion yesterday. Could the matter he mentioned be related to this? However, he was happy to seek justice for Su Yu. Soon, Su Yu, who was deep in cultivation, received a summons. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yu's eyes lit up as he calmly went to the cabin. In the cabin, the Star Lady, the Sword in the Stone, the Sky Snow Swordsman, and the Poisonous Mathematician gathered, as well as many recently recruited Helm Masters. Perhaps Su Yu was the last to be notified, but when he arrived, everyone except Sea Wolf Pathmaster was already there. Is he the deputy leader, Su Rushu? To be precise, he's the deputy leader, right? Everyone else has a stamp except for him. I heard he cheated to get in, so he wasn't favored by the leader. Really? Why does he have to pretend to be strong at his own cost? He's embarrassing himself. As soon as he entered the cabin, he was the center of attention and the sound of people talking could be heard. Except for the Sky Snow Swordsman and the Poisonous Mathematician, who greeted him from afar, the rest of the people looked at him strangely. Su Yu was standing in a corner with a calm face. Although he was being criticized, his heart was as calm as still water. Swish! The sound of a sleeve tearing through the air could be heard, and Sea Wolf Pathmaster appeared on the highest seat like a phantom. He looked solemn as he glanced at everyone and said, Since everyone is here, I will announce it directly. These days, the 10 great pirates have been discussing how to take revenge on the 7 Absolute Alliance, Sea Wolf Pathmaster said. After discussion, we have decided to choose one of the families to carry out a destructive revenge. The overall strength of the Pirate Alliance was only equivalent to that of a family. If they wanted to take revenge, they could only choose one family. In the past, the second peerless family caused us the most casualties. Therefore, we plan to take revenge on the second peerless family. Sea Wolf Pathmaster said. Everyone was excited. This meant that there would soon be a large-scale operation. This revenge will be called decapitation. Sea Wolf Pathmaster said in a low voice, there are two main targets for revenge. First, eliminate the family master of the second peerless family, the Pajuan Emperor. Second, capture the young master of the second peerless family, the Greedy Wolf King. If they could really eliminate the current family master and heir of the second peerless family, the revenge of the Pirate Alliance would be enough to shock the entire seven-star civilization. The 10 pirate leaders will deal with the Pajuan Emperor, while the deputy leaders will deal with the Greedy Wolf King. This was within everyone's expectations. The Stone Sword paused and said, Leader, how many pirate groups are willing to send the deputy leaders? Sea Wolf Pathmaster said with a resolute look, the other pirates are afraid and unwilling to send people to capture the Greedy Wolf King. But I think the Sea Wolves pirates should be brave enough to take responsibility, so I accepted the task. What? Hearing this, all the hosts revealed a meaningful look. How could the Greedy Wolf King be captured so easily? Every young master of the 7 peerless families was not to be trifled with. They were usually wise and powerful. The Greedy Wolf King was one of the best. It was rumored that his strength could be ranked in the top 7, unless it was a Dao Lord or a few extraordinary geniuses at the half-step Dao Lord realm. It was utterly impossible to capture the Greedy Wolf King. Moreover, it was impossible for the Greedy Wolf King to be without the protection of the Path Master. Why were the other pirates unwilling to send people? Because they knew that it was suicide. It was impossible to complete the task with just the deputy leaders. Sea Wolf Path Master had accepted the task. Therefore, whoever he sent now would be sent to their deaths. Sea Wolf Path Master did not seem to see the strange looks on everyone's faces. He said righteously, with a blood feud here, how can we be afraid? We, the Sea Wolves pirates, will do what other pirates are unwilling to do. His words were sonorous and powerful, but everyone was sneering inwardly. He said it as if he was going to hunt the Pajuan Emperor alone. In fact, he still had to choose someone to die. He really knew how to be generous with others' money. After a night of careful consideration, I have decided to send Deputy Leader Sue of the Sea Wolves Pirates to carry out the task. Sea Wolf Path Master finally revealed his true purpose, sending Suyu to die. This was within everyone's expectations. Deputy Leader Su's strength has reached 19,000, so he is the most suitable candidate. This task must be done by him. Sea Wolf Path Master looked at Suyu with an encouraging look. Hearing this, many people had gloating looks on their faces. Is this retribution? Do you think it's so easy to become the deputy leader by cheating? Haha, now he should know what regret is, right? Chapter 2203. Su Yu's expression was calm. He had no choice but to accept this mission. Rather than being forced into a mission, it was better to take the initiative and accept it. However, Suyu had to take on the Sea Wolf Path Master's intention to kill him. If there comes a day when his body recovers, I will cut him down with my sword. Since he could disregard Suyu's life, he could not blame Suyu for being merciless in the future. Deputy Leader Su didn't disappoint me. All right. The Sea Wolf's Path Master clapped his hands and laughed. It seemed like he really admired Suyu. He then took out a seal and threw it at Suyu. This is your Vice Leader's seal. You can use it to mobilize some of the Sea Wolves pirates' connections in the second peerless family. If the 7 Absolutes aristocratic families could arrange spies among the pirates, why couldn't the pirates arrange spies among the 7 Absolute civilizations? I will go now. Su Yu said calmly, holding the seal in his hand. Sea Wolf Dao Lord nodded slightly. I wish you success. As he spoke, he flicked out a strand of his Daylord's energy and said, "Use it well." See, Wolf Dowlord had already done his best by doing this. If he were to unfortunately die in the second Peerless clan, it would have nothing to do with him, right? Thank you very much. Suyu turned around and stepped out of the cabin. The corners of the Sea Wolf Path Master's mouth curled into a happy smile as he watched him leave. He could finally get rid of Suyu. The sword in the stone revealed a gratified smile. He believed that Suyu's death would come soon. Then he could rightfully become the new deputy leader. Suyu left the pirates' main ship, boarded a small pirate ship, and headed for the second unique civilization alone. The power of the Dowlord in his body was almost depleted. Now, the wisp of Daylord's power that Dowlord Seawolf had given him had finally returned. As long as he didn't use Morning Dusk, he should be able to use it to complete the mission. However, Suyu didn't think that the Sea Wolf Pathmaster would be so kind. He wished for nothing more than for me to die outside. So why would he bestow me with a strand of Dowlord energy? A bright light flashed. When the small boat left the pirate nest of the 6-star civilization, Suyu went to a secluded place and inspected the condition of his body. Looking into his body, he found that everything was fine. However, since Suyu had become suspicious, he had to get to the bottom of it. He used the destiny law to scan his body, and sure enough, he found a problem. He saw a faintly discernible line. One end was connected to him, and the other end was connected to the pirate's lair. There really was something wrong with that strand of Daylord's power. He examined it carefully and ascertained that the thread was harmless. However, once Suyu died, the thread would break off on its own and be sensed by the Sea Wolf Pathmaster. If I die outside, you must be looking forward to it, right? Suyu's eyes flickered with a cold light. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get what he wanted. 2 months later, a pirate ship stopped in the sky above the second Peerless family. The second Peerless family was a boundless desert. Amidst the biting cold astral winds, yellow sand filled the sky, and the sun could not be seen year-round. Many jade-green oases dotted the yellow sand like emeralds. The oasis at the center was incomparably large. That was where the second most exceptional family's king manor was located. There were also 9 small oases around the mansion, like 9 stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the mansion in the center. With a thought, Suyu flew to one of the 9 small oases. It was small only when viewed from afar. Only when he was there could he feel the vastness of the small oasis. It was as big as a 6-star civilization. He did not immediately go to find the greedy Wolf King, but instead came here. His purpose was to gather information. Looking around, Suyu walked and stopped in the civilization. Finally, he came to an inconspicuous coffin shop in a mortal city. Night was approaching. A hunchbacked old man with a goatee was sitting in front of a dim oil lamp, carving a coffin. His name was Wang San, a well-known carpenter in Wind Cloud City. He was best at making coffins. The coffins he made were not only beautiful, but also strong and durable. In Wind Cloud City and the nearby towns, whenever there was a white funeral, they would ask him for custom-made coffins. At that moment, the half-closed door of the shop slowly opened. A young man wearing a bamboo hat stood outside the shop with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang San glanced sideways and said calmly, "It's closed. Come back tomorrow." The young man said calmly, "After doing business with the dead during the day, it's time to do business with the living at night. Why is it closed?" The old man's eyes flashed, and he said expressionlessly, "Young man, I don't quite understand what you mean." "No, you understand." The young man took out a skull-shaped seal. On the seal, the words Su Rushu were engraved. Seeing the seal, Wang San's expression changed. He stood up hurriedly and bowed. Subordinate Wang San greets deputy leader. He was a member of the Sea Wolves Pirates, hidden in the second Peerless family. His status was not low, second only to the Helm Master. He was in charge of gathering information in the second Peerless family. Su Yu had made the right decision to come to him. So you took off his bamboo hat and walked in. Wang San immediately closed the door, secretly surprised. How did he become the deputy leader at such a young age? Deputy leader, what orders do you have for me? Wang San said, hunching his body. Su Yu looked around and set up a space enchantment, isolating all probing from the outside world. I have a question for you. Who? Greedy Wolf King. Wang San was slightly surprised. I wonder what deputy leader wants to know about him. Everything. Deputy leader, please wait a moment. Wang San took out a coffin nail from his sleeve. At first glance, there was nothing special about the nail, but a closer look would reveal that the nail was engraved with small words. It was invisible to the naked eye. Only those who had trained their eyesight or had a very high level of cultivation could see it clearly. Su Yu used his transparent eye to discover that there was something strange about the nail. Profound skills, Su Yu exclaimed. The difficulty of engraving words that were difficult to see with the naked eye was obvious. Wang San laughed. Deputy leader, you are too kind. In our line of work, we naturally have to be very careful. Engraving information on the nail is also a last resort. As he spoke, he searched carefully. Soon after, he found 3 nails and handed them to Su Yu. This is all the information about the Greedy Wolf King. Deputy leader, please take a look. Su Yu looked carefully. There were tens of thousands of words on the 3 nails, introducing the Greedy Wolf King's life in detail. After a cup of tea, Su Yu finally finished reading. His eyes were filled with deep confusion. The Greedy Wolf King was cunning, wise, and calm. Although he was still a young master, he had already participated in the governance of the second peerless family. His performance was outstanding. As the master of the family, the Pejuan emperor regarded him as one of the brains behind the scenes. Over the years, several of his brothers and sisters had been tortured by the Greedy Wolf King, both openly and secretly. A light punishment would be the destruction of their cultivation, and a heavy punishment would be expulsion from the family. Even an older brother, who was as capable as the Greedy Wolf King, had unexpectedly disappeared many years ago. Judging from his character, he was quite difficult to deal with. His martial skills were also quite extraordinary. Among the half-path masters of the 7 peerless families, he was ranked second. Even in the boundless void ruled by the 7 peerless families, he could still be ranked among the top 10. If an ordinary half-path master were to fight him, only death would await him. Su Yu was about to face a peer with an extremely strong temperament and martial skills. It would be extremely difficult to capture him alive. Chapter 2204. Su Yu had never been afraid of anyone when it came to intelligence and strength. The only thing he found difficult to grasp was that there was a short piece of information on the steel nail that he could not ignore. According to the information, the Greedy Wolf King was a very lucky person. How lucky was he? When he was 3 years old, a meteorite had struck him, and a top-grade defensive immortal artifact had fallen from it. When he was 6 years old, he had accidentally dug out a 3-million-year-old bumpkin from the ground while playing in the courtyard of the mansion. When he was 9 years old, a passing beggar had stuffed him a handwritten diary of a pathmaster's lifetime cultivation. When he was 10 years old, he had broken through to level 9 of the martial path in one day without any bottlenecks. When he was 12 years old, he had been kidnapped by 2 half-path masters. Coincidentally, there were path masters fighting in the sky, and the aftermath of the battle had killed the 2 path masters. He had escaped unscathed. When he was 14 years old, after reading all the stories, so you could only describe them as unbelievable. There were all sorts of things that didn't make sense and were filled with evilness. He had experienced dozens of kidnappings in his life, but his enemies had always failed for various inexplicable reasons. No one had ever succeeded. The most unbelievable thing was that there had been a middle-sized pathmaster who had forced him into a corner and was about to attack him. That pathmaster had suddenly gone berserk, and his mind was in chaos. It was as if a boundless destiny had enveloped him, protecting his safety. Knowing this, even though Suyu was very confident, he could not help but worry. Would something similar happen when he kidnapped him? Fortunately, I knew the information in advance, Suyu said to himself. If he had attacked without knowing the situation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Apart from the greedy Wolf King himself, he had a path master named Sky Crane by his side. He was not the strongest in the second peerless family, but his movement techniques were definitely the fastest. Even the master of the family, Pajuan, could not keep up with his speed. Rumor had it that his movement techniques were close to the heavenly legacy battleship. Even if he could capture the greedy Wolf King alive, it would be difficult to escape from him. How troublesome! Suyu frowned and pondered for a day and a night. The next morning, his brows gradually relaxed. I hope the plan works. Suyu got up and bid farewell. A month later, he arrived at the central oasis of the mansion. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the central oasis where the prince's mansion was located was in a mess. There were patrolling guards everywhere, pedestrians were in a hurry, and martial artists were wantonly buying daily cultivation resources. An oppressive atmosphere deeply suppressed the central oasis. The pirate alliance is coming. The world is going to be in chaos. Detestable pirates. Not only did they not kill the snake, they were bitten instead. Moreover, the Seven Absolute Alliance also had a part in this. Why did they only rob us? When Suyu heard it, he realized that the 10 great pirates had finally made their move. Since the news had spread like wildfire, it was likely that they had already made their move. It's not much different from the estimated time. Suyu nodded lightly. The plan can begin now. This time there was only one goal, to capture the greedy Wolf King, the second peerless family, the Wang Mansion. It was different from the vast and boundless Wangfu of the number 1 peerless family. Because the oasis was limited, the Wangfu's area was only 1% of the oasis, and it was surrounded by cities. In the second most powerful clan, this city was called Heavenly Star City. The most famous place in Heavenly Star City, apart from the Wangfu, was the stargazing platform. According to legend, the ancestor of the second most powerful clan, the Big Dipper Emperor, had revolted at the stargazing platform. After the Tiani Empire fell apart, he successfully occupied this vast land and became a strong man who ruled over a region. This place was the birthplace of the second most powerful clan, and it was famous far and wide. Usually, there were countless tourists coming and going. However, due to the recent attack of the pirates, no one came here. However, on this day, the entire Heavenly Star City was plastered with a letter of challenge from an unknown place. The content of the challenge letter was, Sea Wolves Pirate Deputy Leader Su Rusha challenges all the heaven rulers of the second most powerful clan. The challenge venue was the ancestral land of the second most powerful clan, the stargazing platform. The time of the challenge was 3 days later. This notice was all over the streets. Coupled with the fact that the pirates were shrouding them now, this challenge from a certain deputy leader of the pirates naturally spread. In just half a day, the whole city knew about it. Is that deputy leader's brain damaged? He actually came to the central oasis of the second most powerful clan and openly challenged the heaven rulers of the same generation? He can't really think that we will really have a fair fight with him, right? Maybe that's what he thinks. Ridiculous. Pirates are existences that everyone has the right to kill, and he still wants us to challenge him one-on-one? Everyone, let's go and destroy him. The news finally reached the prince's mansion. In a spacious training room, a young man with a silver horn on his head was training hard. His whole body was muscular, and his eyes were sharp and full of spirit. His gaze was as sharp as 2 blades, piercing straight into people's hearts. Young master, there has been news in the city recently. A middle-aged woman in a white robe, after a slight hesitation, said, The silver-horned young man was the young master of the second most powerful clan, the greedy Wolf King, a legendary figure with heaven-defying luck. Speak. The greedy Wolf King stopped and said lightly, "Recently, a deputy leader of the pirates who calls himself Su-Rushu appeared in the city. He publicly challenged the heaven rulers of the second most powerful clan on the stargazing platform, causing a great sensation." Hearing this, the greedy Wolf King sneered, "Do you believe it?" "Of course not," the woman said, "unless he wants to die." The greedy Wolf King said lightly, "But I believe it." The woman was slightly startled and asked suspiciously, "Young master, what do you mean?" "He will definitely challenge the strongest in the world on the stargazing platform." The woman pondered and said, "He should know that no one will really challenge him fair and square, right? It is inevitable that he will be attacked by a group of people." The greedy Wolf King chuckled. "So he must have set up a trap to entertain the so-called heaven rulers." Hearing this, the woman thought deeply. Knowing that he would die, he still publicly challenged the heroes of the world? As long as he is not stupid, there must be another plot. His real goal, I guess, should be to lure me out? The greedy Wolf King's eyes were filled with deep wisdom, as if he could see everything clearly, and said sarcastically, "He really underestimated me. Such a simple trap, and he wants to lure me in." The woman thought deeply. The main target of the Sea Wolf's pirates was naturally the young master and the young master. That Su-Rushu who appeared strangely was most likely the young master. Young master is wise. Then, should we inform those heaven rulers not to be fooled? Chapter 2205. Yes, young master. 3 days passed slowly as the heavens chosen of the second peerless family rubbed their fists. On this day, the stargazing platform, which was already cold and desolate, was unexpectedly filled with a sea of people. Many prodigies who were displeased with Su-Rushu arrived at the foot of the mountain to accept the challenge. Among the crowd, there were 2 people whom Su-Yu was quite familiar with. One of them was the younger sister of the beautiful woman in palace attire, Shu Xianduo. The other person was the former first peerless family foreign minister, who had a strong desire to kill Su-Yu, Foreign Minister Lu. On that day, the Broken Heaven Mountain was in chaos, and the prison was broken through by the remnants of the second most powerful clan, the Qian clan. Many prisoners were taken away by the second most powerful clan. Most of them held a grudge against the number 1 peerless family, so it was easy for them to join the second peerless family and become a force to oppose the number 1 peerless family. Guest Lu had been framed by Su-Yu, and one could imagine how much resentment he had. Therefore, he joined the second peerless family without hesitation. "There's really a reckless pirate who ran to the observatory to challenge everyone?" Honored guest Lu asked. Shu Xianduo nodded her head. "It is true he calls himself Su-Ru-Chu and seems to have joined the pirates recently." Guest Lu was slightly solemn. "A newcomer can become the deputy leader of the pirates? I'm afraid this person isn't simple." He looked up at the observatory. The observatory was located at the foot of the mountain. If they wanted to go up, they had to go through an old mountain road. Because of the second exceptional family's ancestor, the mountain path was full of powerful pressure. It was impossible to fly, so they could only proceed on foot. Don't act rashly later. Guest Lu's old eyes narrowed slightly. Shu Xianduo nodded. "All right." All of a sudden, a sinister-looking demonic figure appeared on the observatory. It was the body of a human demon, under the control of Su-Yu's soul. He stood at the edge of the mountain peak and lowered his head to look down. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Is there really no one in the second peerless family? Only 2 or 3 kittens came." These words immediately triggered the anger of all the heaven's favorites. "Shameless pirate! Today I'll grind your bones to dust." A handsome young man dressed in white rushed forward with a sword in his hand. His white robes fluttered in the wind, accentuating his extraordinarily handsome figure. "Wow, it's the white-clothed sword god. Senior brother god of swords, kill him with a single strike. White-robed sword god, the divine sword is invincible. I can finally see him in action. This trip is really worth it. Hearing the worship of the people behind him, the white-robed sword god's vanity was greatly satisfied. Pirate, take this sword that I recently comprehended. The sword god in white went up to the observatory and pulled out the 7 stars sword on his back. He swung the sword and shouted, 7 stars illuminating the sun. With a sweep of the sword, 7 rays of resplendent starlight overshadowed the blazing sun in the sky and refracted extremely dazzling light. The strength of his swordsmanship drew cheers from the foot of the mountain. The white-robed sword god's swordsmanship has become much more exquisite. Just this sword strike alone should be able to make it into the top 200 of the half-step Dao Lords. The evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear. That pirate will definitely die. As they discussed this, the devilish humanoid took out a black sword that emitted an even more evil aura. It was the sinful daughter's sinful sword. Sinkhole, the 8th form of the demonic sword art, was unleashed. Countless pitch-black sword shadows covered the sky like an impenetrable dark cloud, devouring the 7 stars illuminating the sun's radiance. At the same time, the dark cloud suddenly descended. The white-robed sword god's white clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was cut into a bloody mess. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured. Trash! The humanoid laughed sinisterly. He charged forward and slapped the white-robed sword god's face. Slap. Dong! 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 Shao Qin smacked the heavily injured, white-robed sword god off the summit, causing him to tumble down. Everyone was enraged when they saw the unclothed and unconscious white-robed sword god. However, the humanoid demon added fuel to the fire. I told you that the second peerless family only has a bunch of weaklings. Is this all your so-called white-robed sword god is capable of? That's really disappointing. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused indignation. Don't be so arrogant. I'll fight you. A fresh woman in apricot yellow robes quickly climbed up the mountain. She was beautiful and had a fresh and elegant temperament like a pear flower. Dawn Flower Lady. I can't believe she's here. Dawn Flower Lady is known as the most talented person in the second peerless family's branch. Ha ha ha. The wicked will be punished by the heavens. I can't believe the Dawn Flower Lady is here. Whoosh! The Dawn Flower Lady ascended the star observation platform and stared at Suyu. Demon, surrender now. The humanoid demon laughed evilly. Little beauty, if you surrender, will you be able to kiss me? If so, I'm more than willing to surrender to you. Such shameless and vulgar words immediately drew the ire of the people at the foot of the mountain. The Dawn Flower Lady's pretty face turned cold. Do you think you're worthy of touching me? Without another word, the Dawn Flower Lady pointed with her thumb and middle finger, and a powerful chain of rules swept over. In terms of the power of the rules, few people of the same level could resist it. It was much more powerful than the white-robed sword god sword. However, the humanoid demon grabbed the chain with his palm. The humanoid demon's body was a complete Taoist body. How could a mere chain of rules harm him? What? The Dawn Flower Lady was shocked. Are you surprised? The humanoid demon laughed evilly. He pulled the chain, and the Dawn Flower Lady spun uncontrollably toward the humanoid demon. The Dawn Flower Lady did not panic. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Just as she was about to reach the humanoid demon, she opened her mouth and spat out a steel needle, which was aimed at the humanoid demon's eye. Unexpectedly, the humanoid demon had a faint smile on his face, as if he had already expected this. He opened his mouth and accurately bit the silver needle that was flying towards him. Puff! As he spat the needle out, the humanoid demon struck the Dawn Flower Lady's chest with his palm. A powerful force penetrated through her chest and exited through her back. Puff! In an instant, the Dawnflower Lady was like a wounded butterfly. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she flew backward from the mountain and landed on the ground. Thump! With a dull thud, the Dawnflower Lady fell to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Her outer garment had been shattered, and the only thing that remained was her bra, which was dripping with blood. "You're quite beautiful, but unfortunately you're just a pretty face," the humanoid demon said calmly. The people at the foot of the mountain were enraged. The Dawnflower Lady was the pearl of the second civilization. They had treated her like a treasure, but she had been destroyed by a pirate. Unforgivable. Brothers, let's attack together and kill him. Killing pirates is right and proper. It doesn't matter if it's fair or not. Charge! The Dawnflower Lady's death had completely ignited their anger. Thousands of prodigies roared and charged forward like a flood. The humanoid demon's disdain deepened, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Since you don't want to keep your promise, then I won't be polite." Chapter 2206. Hundreds of magic arrays suddenly appeared, shooting out vines made of energy and entangling most of the people, making them unable to move. Only then did they realize that they had been tricked. "It's a trap." "Damned pirate, you went back on your word." Human demon laughed. "Don't blame the enemy's cunning because of your incompetence. Besides, I did set up a trap, but you didn't intend to fulfill the challenge, did you? Same here." As he spoke, the human demon gripped the sinful sword and slowly walked down with a ferocious look on his face. "Before my pirate army arrives, I'll first offer your heads as a sacrifice to the pirates who were killed by you." The human devil's face was cruel as he stood in front of the spell formation. Taking a deep breath, he activated the sinful sword. Void's End. Heaven and earth instantly darkened, and a sword image that looked like a black cloud came crashing down. The sword image contained a sharp killing intent that was enough to kill most of the people present. They were bound by the array and couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Boundless despair enveloped every one of them. No, I don't want to die." The few people who weren't bound by the array were shocked by the human demon's terror. Among them were guest Elder Lu and Shu Xianduo. Even a powerful half-step Dao Lord like early Dawnflower Maiden had been knocked unconscious by a single attack. It would be difficult for them to win if they went up. The human demon was getting closer and was about to slaughter all the prodigies. At this moment, a young man in moon-white robes suddenly flew over from the horizon. He wore a bamboo hat and carried a crystal longsword on his back. "Humph! What kind of demonic creature dares to cause trouble in my Sky Star City?" The young man used the law of space to ignore the suppression on the observatory and arrived above the human demon's head in a single step. The human demon's eyes narrowed. "Law of space? Who are you?" As he spoke, the human demon swung his sword at the young man's head. However, to everyone's surprise, the young man in moon-white robes didn't dodge and only stretched out an arm. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black dragon scales covered his arm and turned it into a dragon claw. He faced the Sin sword head-on and made a grabbing motion, not fearing the terror of the Sin sword at all. "Let go!" The youth's arm shook, and a huge force directly broke the human devil's arm. The sinful sword was now in Suyu's hand. The horrifying scene made everyone excited. "Who is he? He seems to be around our age. That's impossible, right? Could it be that our second absolute world has such a powerful genius?" With his sinful sword snatched away, his expression became even more solemn. He shouted, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. I want to kill them. It has nothing to do with you." The youth in the moon-white robe snorted coldly. "Heaven and earth are clear. Righteousness never fades. As a member of the second peerless family, how could I sit idly by and do nothing when you kill innocent people? Demon, surrender now." The human demon clutched his broken arm and retreated to the observatory. He said, "You win. We will meet again." "Humph. You want to leave? Who gave you permission?" The youth in the white robe took a step forward and chased after him. A cold light gathered in his starry eyes. "Kid, I've already given up. What else do you want? Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Fight to the death? You probably don't deserve it." The youth in the white robe walked forward slowly. The human demon's face was ferocious. "You asked for it." His huge, demonic palm slapped toward him. The young man in the white robe merely extended a finger and lightly tapped the center of his palm. Puff! A shocking scene unfolded. The human demon's incomparably powerful arm was actually shattered by a single point of a finger. "Ah!" The human devil screamed and fled with a look of terror. The youth in the white robe chased after him calmly. Every time he caught up with him, he would smash a part of his body with a finger. When he reached the observatory, the human demon only had one leg left. He struggled to jump on the ground, trying to jump onto the observatory to leave this suppressed area and escape. However, the youth did not give him a chance. He pointed a finger at the human demon's forehead. The human demon roared unwillingly, "Ah, you will not have a good ending." The youth said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about me, demon." When he finished speaking, he pointed a finger and pierced through the human demon's skull. The human demon's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed completely. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in horror. They could not believe their eyes. The arrogant human demon had been killed in the blink of an eye without being able to fight back. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, how could they believe that there was such a powerful expert in the world? In terms of real strength, even the young master, the greedy wolf king, was no match for him. The youth in the white robe put away the human demon's corpse and the sinful sword. Then he returned and untied everyone. He was Su Yu. With Su Yu's intelligence, how could he expect a simple trap to lure out the young master, who was known for his cunning? He wanted to use a series of tricks that were difficult to detect. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with boundless reverence as they looked at him. The white-robed sword god, who had just woken up, looked at Su Yu's bamboo hat with deep gratitude and admiration. He cupped his fists and said, "I am the white-robed sword god. Thank you for saving me." The rest of the people gathered around to express their deep gratitude. Su Yu waved his hand. "It was nothing. Moreover, we are all from the same generation as the second peerless family. I am duty-bound." Everyone was surprised to hear him boast about being a member of the second peerless family. Chu Chin, who had been saved, put on her clothes again. Her slightly embarrassed face was filled with deep admiration. She said, "May I ask who you are? What is your name? I would like to thank you for saving my life." Su Yu smiled. "I am Wenshang from the Venus continent." Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a charming light. She bowed and said, "So it is Mr. Wenshang. I have heard so much about you." Although she said that, she was just as surprised as everyone else. Why had she never heard of the name Wenshang? This person was so powerful, so how could he be so unknown? "Since everyone is safe, I will go back and continue to cultivate in seclusion." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could Wenshang be a hidden, peerless genius? There were indeed very few geniuses in history who were unknown throughout their lives. Because they spent most of their time cultivating, no one knew about them. But there were too few of them. Which genius wasn't proud and arrogant, wanting to make a name for themselves? Those who were willing to focus on cultivation and not pursue fame and fortune were few and far between. Although such a reply was surprising, it was still reasonable. Seeing that Su Yu was about to leave, how could they give up and leave? A hidden genius with no background? Any faction would want to recruit him, right? "Mr. Wenshang, you saved my life. Please come to my house as a guest. I will definitely treat you with great hospitality," Chu Chin said enthusiastically. The white-robed sword god said, "Mr. Wenshang, let me treat you." Chu Chin is a woman after all. Being alone in a room will inevitably cause people to speculate. Mr. Winshang, I am also very grateful for your saving grace. Please do not reject my hospitality and come to my house as a guest. Me too. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu was locked onto by many passionate gazes. They were all fighting to invite him.